Distinguished audience, this is our assembly in respect of the International Romani Language Day. And on behalf of the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, it is my honor to welcome the Global Council of Experts and the participants, and also our distinguished speakers to launch the conference for safeguarding our Romani language. The European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture started the Romani Language Initiative in 2020 with the support of the Federal Foreign Office Germany, and also with the support of its founders, the Council of Europe, the Alliance for the European Roma Institute, and the Open Society Foundations. Our goal is to provide a platform for cooperating and harmonizing the Romani language on a global level, and to design future strategies for preserving the language heritage and to fulfill the general need in Europe for Romani language education and language re-education. I would like to introduce the first panel, the opening insights and keynote addresses by our distinguished speakers. First, Mr. Björn Berge, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Good morning, Björn Berge.
Good morning, and it's very good to be with you today, and I look forward to this important conference. Executive Director of ERIAC, Der Timea, Chairwoman of the Culture and Education Committee of the European Parliament, Head of Unit for Non-Discrimination and Roma Coordination in the European Commission, distinguished guests, dear friends. It is a great pleasure to join you for the opening of this important conference. 3 years ago, ERIAC launched its Romani Language Initiative. The agenda before you today shows the confidence, progress, and momentum that it has developed since then. With your help and the inspiring leadership of Mihaela Citrianu, safeguarding our Romani language will now look to harmonize the Romani language based on international cooperation and pave the way to further teaching initiatives and materials that will extend the cultural reach of a language that is central to Romani identity and to cultural understanding throughout all of Europe. The Council of Europe is proud to support these aims, as we have always put strong emphasis on supporting linguistic and educational inclusion within our broader aim to help uphold Roma rights. For this, we have concrete and useful tools at our disposal. First and foremost, of course, the European Convention on Human Rights, interpreted by the European Court of Human Rights, but also the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages, the only specific and legally binding international treaty in its field, and whose Committee of Experts monitoring group helps member states to implement it. One key aim has been to support national authorities in providing access to Romani language as an integral part of curricula at all levels of education, with proper teacher training and relevant teaching materials, and in a way that supports integration. We have also provided guidance on the use of Romani in different fields of public life, in cultural activities, and even in the use of social media. Over recent years, we have also developed specific new tools on language and education for Romani people. This includes our recommendation from the year 2000 to all our 46 European governments, making it clear that Romani children should have the opportunity to learn at school in their mother tongue, as well as our landmark Strasbourg Declaration on Roma from 2010, which established as a priority, and I quote, measures to foster knowledge of the culture, history, and languages of Roma at the national level. I also want to mention here our curriculum framework for Romani, which comes with a range of resources, all aimed at widening access to good teaching in Romani for Romani. Last but not least, the Council of Europe's strong support for the establishment of ERIAC in 2017. Yes, indeed, language is one of the many areas on which we have cooperated since. For example, on promoting Romani teaching material developed jointly with ERIAC and Ukraine's Ministry of Education, and implemented as part of the Council of Europe's current action plan for Ukraine. More broadly, ERIAC's valuable input on language and other issues has been central to our action plans on Roma and traveler inclusion. We try to help in as many areas as possible. Today, our Roma and travelers team is working closely with local authorities in the Western Balkans and Turkey to help support the official use of Romani to promote identity, culture, and tolerance. Further joint programs are also planned. So, dear friends, things are, of course, far from perfect. We all know that. There is so much more to do across Europe to ensure that Romani can learn in their own language, and that this language is also fully recognized and celebrated for its significant contribution to European cultural life. But overall, the trajectory is positive. We want to work with you, learn from your valuable experience, alongside the many talented people at this conference, with ERIAC, of course, itself, which is doing so much good in fostering and promoting every aspect of Romani arts and culture. I can only express my deep admiration for its work and congratulate the German authorities for their steadfast and valuable support for it. I wish you all a very successful conference, and thank you so much for your attention.
Dear Deputy Secretary General, dear Mr. Berget, thank you for launching our conference with these important notes. I now invite Sabine Verheyen, Chairwoman of the Committee for Culture and Education from the European Parliament. She unfortunately couldn't personally be present with us today at the conference. We will show her video message to affirm the importance of safeguarding and protecting the Romani language.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow language enthusiasts, I would like to start by thanking ERIAC and especially you, dear Timea, to invite me to today's conference. I would have loved to speak personally to you. However, I'm truly honored to address you via video message as you gather today to discuss a subject of great importance, the safeguarding of the Romani language. As chair of the Committee on Culture and Education in the European Parliament, I would like to put a special emphasis on Europe and the role of this European Union in achieving this crucial goal. History and language are integral components of culture. Together, they play a key role in shaping and preserving the identity of a particular culture and its people. They are vehicles through which a culture is expressed, understood, and preserved. A culture's history is its foundation. It tells the story of the people, their origins, migrations, struggles, and achievements. Understanding this history is significant for preserving and passing on cultural heritage. The history of the Romani people in Europe, numerically the largest minority group, is one of migration, discrimination, and resilience. Romani communities have faced various challenges throughout history. The Romani communities have also made a vibrant and rich contribution to Europe's cultural and historical heritage. They have enriched our cultural heritage with their music, dance, or other talents, leaving an indelible mark on European culture. The situation today is still far from ideal, as Romani communities face discrimination, poverty and lack of access to education and employment opportunities. Regrettably, the Romani population is disproportionately affected by these challenges. The European Union has recognized the importance of addressing these issues. This is reflected not least in various resolutions of the European Parliament, as well as in several political initiatives of the European Commission and Member State level. In 2020, the European Commission launched its flagship initiative, the EU Roma Strategy Framework, which is a crucial step forward in our commitment to promoting equality, socio-economic inclusion and meaningful participation of the Romani community. The EU Roma Strategic Framework recognizes the urgency of addressing these challenges. It is not merely a set of policies and guidelines. It is a commitment to social justice, a promise to end the cycle of discrimination, and a pledge to ensure that citizens can fully participate in the life of the European Union. It sets out a number of targets on minimum progress to be achieved by 2030 and provides guidance to EU member states on how to do this. These targets include combating and preventing discrimination, reducing poverty and exclusion, promoting participation, housing, employment, healthcare and education. And we have already achieved some positive results in the member states. Nevertheless, there is still a lot of work to be done. Everything starts with education. Without knowing the past, we cannot fully understand the present and shape the future. It is valid for the history of Romani people as for any other. The teaching of history in education plays a crucial role in creating a fundamental basis for mutual understanding in society. Such learning encompasses the requirement to learn from the bright and dark moments in our histories alike. Thus, any engagement with history needs to be reflective and self-critical. The next generation should be given the chance to better understand the history of the Romani community, and this can only happen through proper education. Appropriate reflection of Roma history and culture in curricula and textbooks should be a must. We should not rest behind stereotypical thinking, but create a real understanding for each other and especially for marginalized groups. We, in the Committee on Culture and Education in the European Parliament, will not get tired of standing up for the importance of history in education, not only in formal education, but also in informal education. Another fundamental component of culture is language. Language is not only the primary means of communication within a culture, it is used to create and share cultural expressions, including stories, literature, poetry, songs and rituals. Through language, cultural knowledge, customs and traditions are passed down from one generation to the next. Many cultures have oral traditions that rely on language for preservation. Finally, language is often a fundamental component of cultural identity. It distinguishes one culture from another and provides a sense of belonging for its speakers. The Romani language faces several threats, both internal and external, which endanger its survival and continued use. While many languages struggle with the widespread use of dominant languages in media and entertainment due to globalization, which contributes to the marginalization of their use and further language shifts, the challenges for the Romani language are even more profound. Historical and contemporary forced relocations and displacements of Romani communities, coupled with discrimination and prejudice against Romani people, have long disrupted language transmissions and contributed to the weakening of linguistic ties. This unfortunate history has favored the circumstance that the Romani language lacks a standardized written form, making it exceedingly challenging to develop educational materials and resources for the language. The absence of a standardized written system further hinders the preservation and promotion of this rich and vibrant language, underscoring the need for concerted efforts to ensure its survival and vitality in the face of these adversities. The fate of Romani and its dialects is uncertain. Its linguistic survival faces different odds depending on the country and that country's historical background. Nevertheless, the European Union is committed to collective efforts in preserving the Romani language. The EU is not just a union of economies, it is a union of cultures, languages, and people. It is a beacon of hope for preserving and promoting linguistic diversity. However, promoting the Romani language within the European Union is not only an important act of linguistic preservation, but also a significant step towards upholding the principles of cultural and linguistic diversity enshrined in both EU treaties and the Council of Europe Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. The study and promotion of Roma culture and language are undeniably linked to these fundamental principles, serving as a testament of the EU's commitment to safeguarding cultural heritage and protecting minority languages. The EU's dedication to preserving the rich tapestry of cultures and languages is firmly rooted in its legal framework. The EU treaties and the Council of Europe Charter for Regional and Minority Languages explicitly emphasizes the importance of fostering linguistic diversity. By promoting the Romani language and its numerous local dialects, the EU demonstrates its determination to adhere to these commitments, ensuring that linguistic pluralism remains an integral part of its identity. To achieve this goal, the EU allocates substantial funds to the study of Roma history, culture and language, acknowledging the need to preserve this valuable heritage. Furthermore, several EU member states have proactively initiated programs to incorporate the teaching of Roma culture, history and language into their school curricula. Examples for best practice here are, for instance, Austria, Cyprus, Ireland, Romania and Italy. These initiatives are pivotal in nurturing the sense of inclusivity, fostering understanding and eradicating discrimination against the Romani community. By including the study of the Romani language in these programs, the EU encouraged the revitalization of this endangered language. Thus, European Union's promotion of the Romani language aligns with its commitment to preserving cultural and linguistic diversity as mandated by its legal framework. Through financial support, educational programs, and the acknowledgement of the Romani language as an integral part of the European heritage, the EU not only safeguards linguistic diversity, but also takes significant steps towards fostering social cohesion and inclusivity. By doing so, it upholds the principles of unity in diversity that are the core of the European project. I would like to end by mentioning the remarkable initiative, the International Romani Language Reform, on which today's event is based. The initiative builds upon the solid groundwork laid by the Council of Europe's Language Policy Division in 2008. It strives to continue international collaboration with experts in the field of the common Romani language, develop teaching materials based on the curriculum framework for Romani, and provide support for Roma individuals in their language relearning needs. The conference serves as a powerful tool for establishing cooperation, both at the national and international levels, promoting recognition, preservation, development, and cultural political harmony for the future of the Romani language. However, the commitment does not end here. The project also aims to continue standardizing the Romani language, engaging with the International Language Council by writing Romani language textbooks, and I'm looking forward to the further engagement of the initiatives to expand the database of qualified teachers to promote the relearning of the Romani language, to register international Romani language schools, and much more. Finally, as we gather here today, let us remember that preserving the Romani language is not just about maintaining words. It's about safeguarding a rich cultural heritage and ensuring that the voice of the Romani community continues to be heard in the diverse chorus of Europe. The European Union, through its support and initiatives, is a key partner in this endeavor. However, we must all come together as a collective force to safeguard the Romani language and in doing so celebrate the cultural diversity that enriches our continent. Thank you, and may this conference serve as a platform for further cooperation and harmonization, ensuring the Romani language's bright future.
Dear Sabine Verheyen, we thank you for your endorsement and encouragement, and also this affirmation by the Committee for Culture and Education of the European Parliament on the efforts of safeguarding, protecting, and harmonizing the Romani language is essential for the future work of the ERIAC's Language Council and language experts. Allow me to proceed to the next speaker. The support of the European Commission for the ERIAC institution and also for the ERIAC expert sections, including the language section, is essential for keeping our work for the creation of the language books, A1 and A2 completed, and A3 is also in the way, and also the assemblies of the language experts are happening with the institutional support of the European Commission. It is our honor and pleasure that you could join in person. I pass the word to Szabolcs Schmidt, Head of Unit of the Non-Discrimination and Roma Coordination Unit of the European Commission.
Thank you. Dear Executive Director, Honorable Member of the Parliament, dear Deputy Secretary General, distinguished participants, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate all Roma to this International Romani Language Day, which is the day with which the international community is recognizing the importance of the Romani language as a unifying element for the Roma identity. I'm also very pleased that ERIAC, the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, has this year invited the European Commission services to also take part in this conference, which focuses indeed on a core element of Roma identity and culture, but not only. As the Honourable Member of Parliament said it already, the Romani language is part of our common shared European cultural heritage. In every community, language is the foundation of our identity. It serves as the vehicle for social, economic and cultural interaction. So our language diversity, our linguistic diversity is indeed an essential part of our rich European fabric of European culture. When languages are not preserved and protected, then our diversity is diminished. Romani is indeed a genuinely European cultural asset. Even though it's not a standardized language, it is the language of the largest ethnic minority in the European Union. And it is spoken in very different, many different dialects, but it is understood by many people mutually from the very north to the very south, from the east to the west of the European Union. I'm very confident that today's event will also contribute and help to further work on what has been achieved already to safeguard the Romani language, starting with the Romani World Congress in 1971 and all the subsequent congresses, the furthering of the recognition of the Romani language has advanced and being built. The Council of Europe has provided very important background work, but I think the process intensified rapidly with the series of conferences that have been organized by ERIAC, starting 4 years ago, the first time with the conference called Arakas Amari Romani Chip, safeguarding our Romani language. And today we have already the fourth edition. I'm also happy that the European Commission, together with the European Parliament, could contribute 2 years ago in the framework of the EU Roma Week with a dedicated session that was called Promoting Positive Narratives and Raising Awareness about the Romani language. It took place in April 2022. I'm now very much looking forward that the discussions today will help to define the best ways forward to promote the further harmonization of Romani language, its wide teaching application and the use, as well as the continuing and the strengthening of its roles in domains like education, research, but also media and public political discourse. For the European Commission, it is also important to stress and to keep in mind that promoting awareness of Roma culture, language and history among all Europeans can indeed help us to reduce prejudice and anti-Gypsyism. The Honourable Member of the Parliament has already referred to the new EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation. We are all aware that language policy is an exclusive competence of EU member states. However, this new Roma strategic framework has for the first time a new explicit objective of fighting and preventing anti-Gypsyism and discrimination. Among the various measures to achieve these objectives, all member states of the European Union are invited to develop measures to promote Roma art, history, and culture. I am extremely happy on behalf of the European Commission services that this approach has been confirmed unanimously by all member states of the European Union by adopting a Council recommendation in which the member states commit themselves politically to set out a number of measures to promote awareness of Roma culture, language and history. And there are concrete examples, for instance, teacher training, the design of appropriate school curricula, all that to combat prejudice and anti-Gypsyism. I would also like to refer to the national Roma strategic frameworks that have been put into place by the member states in response to these EU-level initiatives, which are supposed to reflect all these commitments. And as you probably all know, the Commission has published at the beginning of this year a report in which we assessed all the national Roma inclusion, equality and participation strategies of all the member states of the European Union. And when it comes to the question of anti-discrimination, of equality, of anti-Gypsyism, we also looked into the way how member states have included measures to promote Romani language in their strategies. And I'm indeed very pleased to confirm that several member states have such strategies which explicitly are linked to Romani language. A few examples were already provided. I can add also the example of Croatia, which has committed to develop further its school curricula and also the teacher training. Austria was also already mentioned, which has committed to give bilingual language training in a part of Austria where Romani children are at home. Also Finland has a comprehensive action plan to develop also its Finnish Romani dialect. Sweden has a very interesting program to build up a language center and a library, and the list could be continued with Slovenia, Hungary, Romania, Greece, or Slovakia. I'm convinced that many of these national initiatives will benefit greatly, not only from the academic expertise, but also from the concrete tools that have been developed by ERIAC together with all the experts who are present in this conference today. I can only reconfirm that the European Commission stands ready to facilitate this process and also to provide support that is needed for such concerted EU-wide initiatives. Speaking about support, I think we have to speak also very briefly about financing and funding support. And I think it is indeed important to be aware that we have several programs in place where the European taxpayer is supporting such processes of common European interest. There is first to be mentioned the program called Citizen Equality, Rights and Values, which is in particular promoting activities to build positive narratives, to combat negative stereotypes, and to raise awareness about history and culture, including, of course, also Roma history and culture. And under this program, activities in relation to Romani language can be funded. Also under the SURF program, we were able to provide the institutional support to ERIAC in the framework of a long-standing framework partnership agreement, and I'm really very much convinced that this is a good investment of the EU taxpayers' money, and I'm really pleased to see how also this language initiative is about to play an important role towards the global harmonization of Romani language. Looking a little bit to the future in terms of funding, I would like to use this opportunity also to draw your attention to the support that the European Commission is giving in the framework of its research programs, which is called Horizon Europe. And there you might have noted that there is a new call for proposals out, which has been just opened, which is named Strategies to Strengthen the European Linguistic Capital in a Globalized World. This is extremely interesting because it is meant to assemble research and science, but also reach out to local communities to involve those who are actually using, and it is in particular focusing on endangered languages, on languages that are important to preserve the identity. So I can only very strongly recommend all of you to work together to look into this possibility. The call is open until February 2024, until the beginning of February. So there's still a little bit of time, but not too much. And last but not least, let me also point out at this occasion on a modest but important and concrete initiative to promote awareness and knowledge about Roma culture within our own institution. A couple of years ago, we have initiated a pilot program to teach Romani language within the European Commission services, so that our own civil servants get acquainted with this very rich language. And I'm very happy to see here Diana Kirillova, who was the first teacher, and to see also that Professor Hristo Kjuchukov is with us, whom we had the pleasure and honor, first of all, to have as a guest lecturer at several occasions. Let me now conclude by emphasizing again that Romani language is not only a core aspect of Roma identity and culture, it also constitutes an important element of our common shared European cultural heritage. Second, the Commission is fully aware that further efforts are needed to tackle the challenges. affecting the preservation and harmonization of Romani languages, and to assure that it can flourish in different areas of public discourse, not only in education and research, but also beyond, in media and in the public discourse. At EU level, I would like to reaffirm that we are ready to support activities and projects in relation to Roma history, culture, including language, under our programs. Of course, we very much count on the member states to follow on their own commitments and to make all the necessary efforts in their national Roma equality inclusion strategy, and that those member states who have not yet addressed this topic sufficiently will reconsider and also work on this topic. Last not least, I wish to emphasize how important it is that all this work is not done in isolation. It is extremely important that science, research, teachers, civil society work together with administration so that whatever measure is implemented, it indeed reflects the actual needs of Roma communities. I wish to use this opportunity to express my appreciation for ERIAC and all the experts around the table for the fantastic work done in such a short time. I'm confident that by working together we can achieve that the Romani language remains a vital expression of Roma culture for generations to come. Kamaftu menge savorete ketane.
I wish you all to continue on this way to strengthen the Romani language. Today, I wish you a nice discussion. Thank you.
Or should I rather say palikaraftu menge?
I wish you all the best. We thank you as well because you spoke in our language.
Thank you. Dear Szabolcs Schmidt, speaking on behalf of the European Commission and endorsing the European Roma Institute's initiative for safeguarding and protecting the Romani language, calling our attention to available support and also the important research and recommendation of the commissions for protecting Roma cultural heritage and also the endangered cultural heritage of Romani language was very important in the launching section of this conference. Just a few words at the end of our first and launching panel, all the alliance that we have built with the language section, including building on the results of building on the EU Charter for Minority Languages, building on the rigorous work of the Council of Europe and their work on Roma and Traveller inclusion, and also on the work of the Language Policy Division of the Council of Europe since 2008. And also building a close alliance of the ERIAC institution and sections, and especially the language section, with the European Commission, and working with the support of the Federal Foreign Office internationally, is still not enough if we would not have the expertise, the commitment, the passion of the ERIAC language section and of the leader of the ERIAC language initiative and language reform, Mihaela Țatreanu. I also would like to say that, as always, I am humbled by the expertise of the conference participants, and we are all humbled and challenged and really passionate about your commitment, diligence and work for protecting and safeguarding our Romani language. Today, only every fourth Romani person speaks Romani, and relearning, protecting and transferring Romani language, this endangered heritage, to the new generation is a mission of ERIAC. Thank you for your contribution. I wish you a wonderful conference and happy International Romani Language Day. We will now go on a short 15-minute break, and resume to continue the conference. This is just a note for the online participants. Please have a coffee. And then we return here in 15 minutes. 10:45 exactly. Yes. Thank you.
I congratulate our Romani language today. Nice. Thank you so much.
Good Stephen.
A lot of luck and health.
καλό.
I greet you all. I'm very glad to be the moderator of the second panel of discussion.
Hibridno konferencija, koja su
Hybrid conference, which is the fourth conference, international conference, to safeguard our Romani language. I'm going to be very glad, as I already mentioned, at this second panel discussion. Our subject will be the harmonization process and the teaching materials that are to be taught and to safeguard our Romani language. Before I will present you the panelists that have worked for many years on Romani language, that have reached a high level. First of all, I would like to congratulate our Roma, the International Romani Language Day. Romani language is one of the most important elements of our identity. I'm going to give an example. We have a very beautiful men and women. They don't look like me. When we speak about our roots, India, there is one issue that connects us, is the language, the Romani language. When you hear someone who speaks the Romani language, we feel that we are also connected to those persons. Since generations, we're keeping our language, and let's not forget that for a long time, the Romani language, it was not a subject at school. Our language is one of the most beautiful languages that has been transmitted orally from a generation to the next one. Today, my panelists that are going to talk to me is Delia Grigore. She's the head of the Romani Language and Literature Study Program at the University of Bucharest. Also, she is the president of the association Roma Center Amare Romența, and she's a member of the Barvali pe Academy at ERIAC. Second panelist today with us will be Jan Cervenka, who is as well a lecturer of Romani Studies at Charles University in Prague. And the third panelist who will join us today is Cristian Pădure. He is also a lecturer at the University, Bucharest University, on Romani Studies. And I'd like to add, before we start the discussion, you can follow this discussion on YouTube in Romani and English. And if you have any questions, you can freely write us in the chat. And at the end of the discussion, we will try to answer your questions. And I have to say that it is very important to have such an institute like ERIAC, who is gathering all the Roma from the world to have such discussions and panels. Now I will give the floor to the first panelist, Ms. Delia Grigore. You have the floor.
If
you can please unmute your microphone. I apologize. Thank you so much, my brother. The Romani literature, the better way of harmonizing the Romani language. I greet you all, dear brothers and sisters and friends. In Romania, the Romani language is being taught for more than 30 years in schools and at the university as well. There is no other country in the world where the Romani language has been taught that long. Even more, the Bucharest University is the only university where the Romani language has got a whole bachelor program on Romani language. It was the well-known language researcher, Marcel Curtiade, who wrote the Romani language and the common Romani language. It was the well-known Professor Gheorghe Sarau, who brought this writing of Romani language and this common Romani language to Romania. The steps that have been taken by them both, it has a great value. We can learn a lot from them and to respect them for their doings. Only this Romani language writing and this common Romani language has been seen by the Roma who speak Romani at home as a foreign language, made by Gage for the Gage in order to learn the Romani language without understanding what is needed to be done in order that our Roma to be pleased with and to want to learn the common Romani language and its writing. Even more, the writing of the common Romani language, as it is taught now in Romania, has some issues, as for example, in the middle of the Latin alphabet, there is a letter theta, which is in order to show the noun cases, locative and ablative, and it is heard like a t, like a d, depending on its own place. So it is not needed. So let's not make the writing of the common Romani language even more difficult. There are also some letters like k and s, which are used only to show the cases dative, genitives, and social instrumental. And it is heard like k by g, or s and ts, depending on its place. So it is not needed in order to make it even more difficult, the writing of the common language. These two issues show us that the writing of the common Romani language is showing us too much, and it's useless for the grammar of the Romani language, the common Romani language. Another example is that it has been chosen ts, and not the one that it's even more known at international level, ts by ts, in order to write ts. It has been chosen sh, and not the one that is more known and internationally known, sh, in order to write sh. Has chosen j, and not the one that is better known and easier to use, j, in order to write j. And also e, it's used writing three letters, e, j by ya. And this is not a real motivation for this writing. Why? Because it has too many diacritics and accents, which makes the writing of the common Romani language even more difficult, and it's useless. We have to put aside these, as I think, these issues, and to make the writing of the common Romani language more easier and attractive in order to be taught and learned. The first step is to put aside the diacritics issues and difficulties in order to make the grammar more easier of the Romani common language. The second step is to organize national and international campaigns within the Roma meetings in order to show why it's important not only to speak the Romani language at home, but to ask the school to bring up the Romani language at school, why it's important to learn the Romani language at school, and why it is important not to lose the Romani identity. Who is going to organize this campaign? The Romani organizations, the Ministry of Education, and the local networks like school inspectorates and others, but also the public administration with the support of the public funds. What we need is a strong political will, and at the moment we don't have it anywhere. The European Union is also to support with great funds for this very important issue, to be seen by the parents, Romani parents, that is needed for their children. The Romani language is to be mandatory for all Romani experts that work in the public institutions. These experts are to try to give a possibility for the Romani language writing and the common writing. The second step is to organize a national and international campaign for the Romani language to be taught more at schools and universities. And who is going to organize this campaign as well? The Romani organizations. And who is going to put it into practice? The Ministry of Education and the local networks, as I said, school inspectorates and school as well. But also public institutions with the support of public funds. And here is also needed a strong political will. As a method to raise, to develop the common Romani language and its writing is to collect the Romani folklore and to issue such books about. We also have to have to use the Romani language at the television and radio in the Romani, common Romani language. Who is going to do that? Well, the TV stations, the radio stations, and other media, together with the Romani organization, and as I said, with the financial support of public funds. Also here, it's a need of a strong political will, and the European Union is to fund this very important work. We are to issue cultural newspapers written in the common Romani language. Who is going to do that? Well, the cultural newspapers and periodics, together with the Romani organizations, with the support of public funds. And here is again needed of a strong political will, and the European Union is to fund this very important work. We are to issue books written in the common Romani language. Who is going to take over this work? Well, the Romani organizations with public funds. And here is again needed a strong political will, and the European Union is again to fund this very important work. Well, when it comes to the Romani language, it's also to be used in the Google Translate, to be added to, and also in other translation programs. We are to use the artificial intelligence and the digital technology, the internet and online dictionaries, and also the social media tools. As a conclusion, until now, the Romani language can become a common language with a common writing, which has got the strength to change the image of Roma in the world and to develop our identity. But there are needed more steps to teach the Romani language in many schools and universities, and to use the Romani language in many domains like media, as it's seen and heard in the literature, in the belletristics and public institutions and courts, administration institutions. But also we have to translate in the Romani language, for example, in the administration, in the courts, in the health system, and so on. But the better way to develop the literal Romani language, the nicest form of the Romani language is the literature, belletristic, written in Romani language, bearing in mind the common writing. Well, we have the Romani literature written in the Romani language. This is the only way how we can develop our language, and then to create new words using prefixes, suffixes, and to compose words using 2 or 3 words, changing the grammatical value or the meaning of the word. Well, we have some examples in the literature.
Tropes, style, sounds, rhetorical.
Tropes, style, sounds, rhetorical.
Allegory,
Allegory. Antithesis.
Antonimi,
antonymy.
Synecdoche, personification,
personification, metaphor, epithet,
enumeration,
comparison,
imprecation, interethnic relations, fragility of human condition, freedom of expression,
interview,
sensitivity,
originality,
inspiration, creation,
emotion,
poetical ego, self-esteem,
As the last conclusion, the literature written in the Romani language, it's supporting a lot the Roma in order to strengthen its own identity, to help them to know who they are as an ethnic group, as a nation, as persons. More than that, only creating new words in the Romani language, we can show to the Gage, but also to our Roma, that our language is of a great value, it's strong and beautiful, and can be even more beautiful, stronger, and thank you so much. We are to speak more about this subject. We are here. Thank you, Delia.
Interesantna pointe
Very important topics for us, Roma, to understand how to safeguard our language and how to continue, how to transmit it from a generation to the second one. You mentioned something. There are many books that are done in order the Gage to learn the Romani language, but for us it's more important that our children, our Romani children, the new generations that are to come, to safeguard the language. Now, Jan Cervenka is the next panelist. He's going to take the floor. He is a lecturer on Romani studies at the Charles University in Prague. And to remember our participants that are following in the social networks, you can send us your questions to the panelists. The second panel discussion is the harmonization of the Romani language and the teaching materials. Jan Cervenka, you have the floor.
Wish you all good health, everyone. I'm very happy to take part of this conference. The past 32 years, because it's been existing at the Charles University, our MA educational program for studies. It was initiated by Milena Hushmanova. I was her student. Hushmanova program had a vision about emancipational vision. It's not only that we were talking about ethnography. She took the students to go to the caravans and to show respect towards the poor, the Roma literates. They knew. Uh, she also showed that there's Roma intellect, like Mr. Rajko Đurić or Jan Hancock, Christoph Titov, Nadezhda Demeter, and many other big Romani names. That was the language before we started to communicate with the Roma, well, to communicate with the traditional Romani community in the language, perceive the language as richness with the Roma folklore. On the other hand, also showed how the Romani language can be raised in the modern communicational situations, in the policy, and the media, in the scientific texts. She helped the Romani elites to create neologisms with with Romani words, and she also took from many other non-Roma languages. And we didn't leave this method. Now I'm working with my students through the internet with new Roma neologisms, which helps the Roma journalists to find new words. Because of that, Hushmanova made a big progress in the standardizations, in the understanding, and she wanted to raise the language, to emancipate, to intellectualize, to bring some standards. That was that the Roma journalists created a first commission that created the Romani orthography in the Czech Republic and Slovakia in 1970. She helps the Roma teachers in Slovakia to create a new complex official standardization which is incorporated inside education. Big important path to raise it on a new level. I mean, the harmonization with other Romani dialects around the world. We cannot just be stuck to one country, to one dialect. There must be how we can learn from one another. There are a certain number of paths how to reach that. If you want to communicate with Roma from other countries, you cannot talk with them with the local Gaje language. You need to have internationalisms like the words educacja or education, scientific or scientific alma, and neologies that derive from old Romani words like Siklariben and Janimneskoro. Important inside harmonization with other variants. I mean of variants from the Vlach plural variantura. State or to say Vakerav, you need to know how to say it. That in other countries they say Motovav or Vorbinav. In Prague, we are speaking the central dialect, which is the Lovari dialect, which is theoretically among the biggest dialects, or in the dialect. That's the dialect that I'm speaking right now. To speak with the central dialect, there's a central Roma. When we teach our students, we need to know to speak about the Lovari or the Vlachicko percent, that's 10% being spoken. And theoretically, our students to be taught or passively to learn other dialects. These paths towards harmonization are important, but there should be organized conferences in Romani language, but in international conferences and for some international actions, you have a normal situation where everyone will be speaking Romani, like the one being organized today by ERIAC. And for the first time, the Romistica, like lectors, like students. Now we have Renata Berkova that finished her master studies in our program, and now she's preparing her PhD. I do think that it's important to use the internet. Electronic media can make a swift and permanent corrections in gaining access to a broader spectrum of materials. It is important to have quick access to this information. We can use the internet to help our people, to, let's say, our teachers that are teaching courses into Romani language. And now I would ask to share. I would like to share with you
Marushem Prema Mushinov Karate Arakel. Aj. Tak. Tak, meké kvarzumovava. Avka. Vengere. Tak. A kada dikav me amaris.
I have a small issue with sharing my presentation.
You can make Amarola Vengero.
You can see a couple of examples from our dictionary. These are Czech words and the Romani variants, how they are written by our Romani journalists or some other international
Debata
like debata. Someone would say vakeriben into Romani language. Another example. There are 5,000 words here. So you have the Romani and the Czech form in this dictionary.
Now we
have Vlach dialect that is used in the Czech Republic, and this is the variant of the Vlach dialect being used in this specific dictionary.
Online explikácia Romania ortografie.
Explanations of orthography
Andrej Čechiko
in the Czech language, phonology, morphology, and so on.
Palis o linky.
And we have a link of resources like educational materials. There are certain quizzes, certain publications regarding the Romani language. And we have additional learning materials. We have many materials, a large. We have certain publications and lessons that you can open on the links. Now, I have to go back to my presentation. These units or lessons are given in a video format. And I will now play the video. Now, Adriano or someone from technics show a part of our video lessons. Thank you very much. Play the video lessons. Thank you very much, Mrs. Chermenka. I do hope that the technical end is prepared for the videos.
Avem tu te dic helča. Lačes, beštele. No. Kaj sa las? Somaske bridaj. A so lačes. Lačes. Kava piješ, abo čajovci stuke kera. Neka mam nič, ma. Mara čaje. Kera vtuke čajovci sužar, ma je leftuke. Piljom kem bridaj. No da jegem na bešea pročuče zle. Ake, imar cukros tuke čiđo mandre sa. Savoru. Ej, sa in andre. Pi. Kidav tuke tehal. Na kama mama dima. Haljom kem bridaj. Čavale, joj nigda šoa na kama. Tehal sarabel. Kidav tuke užar. Diksavi som tuli. Ale tuli sa. Mreka niđuli sal užar. Užar kidav. Mem savore mangetene. Dikso tađom, haluški siroha. Oča košti, čilače. Joj, Ivet Maruš, ale me nachavej se. Same chas. Me kama v Jarminaha. Zaker džomrero, meske ekstra, udzimen mas andre čiđom. Ja mi užar, kjedav tu kjedav, užar. Lačes. Brorom radu halkavka dikez Jarminaha, užar kjedav tu kjele. Tak garuves, no. Ale garuva viti rošero. Užar kjedav tu kje, kavka gruli. No. Ema sorok mangetva. Ema dara tvava tu kjeleha. Čavale. No ake leha. Sam šukar tanjiricis. Mridaj mandinjas. Hej, gruli to vez. Hej. Grulienca kera. A tu sar keres za luški. Da mena tova gruli. A so.
The shop.
Lecolura pepatura. Soitka do keškar pepatura. Сейчас майдор. Ja šukar, no tak ako kalobile se parnesa. Mika koduj tu šukari. Bomba. Sì, pane. Super. Fernando. Ok. Che viene comincia a cantare sì, che Katka pekadiri si šukar Fernando parne. Galenca somna kune lole.
super. Scapaptumenge. Carcassile calci. Calci. Lemikini. Gales federa. Katkan. Carcassile flepo event. Frederi. No. Carcassi. Bunura. Carcassile Sofi. Sugar. Carcassile avel. Carcassile shipki. Sugar.
Aşağıya vel şunyan hoy o
And you have heard
videos has
the last video was
centralno dialektos
the central dialect,
videos has
and the
Andre
previous video was
da
in the Blach dialect. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all good health. Thank you very much, Mr. Chervenka. Again, for our viewers via the social platforms like Facebook or the ERIAC webpage, where you can follow the conference in Romani and English language. You can post your questions regarding this panel. We will read your questions, and the panelists or myself will give an answer to your question. Next panelist is Mr. Cristian Batura. He is a lecturer at the University of Bucharest for Romani language. Badure Cristian, take the floor. Thank you very much, brother. I wish you all good health throughout the world. I'm very happy in my heart that I am here with all of you in this conference where we will be speaking about our Romani language. Today we will be speaking about the standardization of and the harmonization of the Romani language and teaching materials that are done or will be done. It is well to discuss about this topic, even though 30 years have passed since we started working on the language. There's a process, a normal process that is ongoing with the other languages. It took a long time to reach this point of harmonization, and there is willingness from many people that work on the Roman language, and it's hard to talk and to talk no language. Say so that everyone will say yes, that is the best variant of harmonized language, Romani language. We need to strive to work on the Romani language and its standardization, harmonization. That will be a language, it will be a strong language, a live language, and it will be a normal process. It's not. What is new? When we're working, I will give you an example from an engineering domain course from the world. Everything what has been done, differences made, the philosophy behind it, the thoughts and the minds behind it. The harmonization, as I said, is not something new, but the thought process or the idea is new. The minds that will be doing this harmonization is new. Why? Once when once we have Roma that are speaking at home Romani, they can work on the standardization. And we need to see here that important role ERIAC holds, where we have the Roma as authors, as consultants, or that are part of this team to help or to play forward or to this harmonization, the way forward for this harmonization process. ERIAC makes the series of published a series of books learning the Roman language. We're talking about A1 and the A2 edition, and I'm very happy that ERIAC, I was working together with Michaela on the third edition of the B1 edition of the Romani language book. Important. There are many materials, and we are happy that Roma and non-Roma and friends of the Roma, so far they have printed materials, they have published materials to make a comparison with other languages. I believe there are many languages that have do not have done many things regarding their language. And again, I state that there are many countries who have a national language, but they do not have many. They don't have many requests about their language. We have this broader acts, broader types of elements in the Romani language. And we're happy that we have these materials. And we're happy that there are some ways and people want to take part in this harmonization, and ERIAC gives us the resources and partnership and help. So on both ends, ERIAC gets to enter in the institutions and to work together with these institutions. What I want to say, how we're moving forward on how things are being done, or what's the philosophy behind it. Well, we do know the alphabet is an instrument. When we start from this point to see it as when we use this instrument, we need to create the context where this is a necessary instrument for every person. You have this instrument, but you do not have a context to do something with that instrument. Is just a symbol. But we quote unquote fought very hard when we are talking about the harmonizations. We need a flag, we need an anthem, we need an alphabet. And these things in the negotiation process, we needed them as a symbol. We undertook to we have the alphabet, and we have the right to sit down with the persons that are talking about their people. There is time when we have to show the others that we are very qualified and as a nation to be perceived like the others, and to so that the alphabet and the harmonization process won't be just a symbol, but it will be something that will be useful for our everyday life. That is the second point regarding the philosophy, how we perceive things. The third point regarding this philosophy is where we are headed. It is normal that not everyone in that country, not everyone is our doctors or philologists or linguists. That is normal. But when we do not see the people that the ones that are speaking the Romani language, we we have this elite. But I do believe that we need to work with the Roma that are speaking Romani language, speaking the Romani language, and to make them work with the materials or work for the materials given to work with the materials made from the professionals, linguists regarding the Romani language. If we do not succeed in that, we will not see a unified Romani language. Now we're the Romani language that is quote unquote foreign will not be shown or among us. The Romani language is very rich and it is going to become utilized in everyday sittings, in everyday relations between families, and our role to put the Romani language where its place is. That is the philosophy and the part of harmonization is our role when we are when we will be hearing the Romani language in the on the TV stations, in the radio, and to make a lobby and to fight for these rights. The Romani language is like a product. A product when let's say the consumption part. You can make a new product that will not be bought by anyone. They will buy the product, but they won't put it in its rightful place. I do believe these. We do have the time now, and I believe that these things can be accomplished now with our work together. We have friends, experts who are interested in this work to make a strategy for the Romani language. And the last part of the last point behind my philosophy that I will is to see the Romani language not as something that it will be by itself, but the Romani language is a part of a broad system. It's a part, but broader universe. So-called. This universe makes interaction and influence this universe influences the Romani language. That universe is the education, the social networks, everything that you want will make a direct influence to the Romani language. History. And the historical happening will be directly connected with the Romani language, and you cannot take the Romani language and to work on it on working only about it. It is much more broader spectrum, and now we need to see things much broaderly and to understand the context that the Romani language will be the final product with harmonization of certain policies and adapted policies regarding the Romani language. If not, we can create policies like the rest. We translate, we make copy paste from different policies, and we can achieve this.
We can also do that. We also have the help of our friends, GAGE, that are putting on the agenda on national level or international level. We can do that, but why? We have to see. What I believe is that, and I'm telling you openly, it is the philosophy that it stays behind our reactions. This is what I wanted to tell you. I apologize to you all. I'm not in an office, but I was on the way. But I'm glad that I was with you. And I'm glad to listen to you and that you listen to me. Greetings to all of you, and I congratulate our language. So God may help us.
Cristian,
Thank you, Cristian. Very interesting points that are connected to the Romani language. The harmonization, I want to greet all the participants that are following us. I kindly ask them to freely ask questions or to post comments about, also in Romani or in English. Also those that are following us on the live stream. I don't know whether Delia, Jan, or Christian, maybe you want to ask questions among yourself with regard to the work related to the Romani language. If you have any questions. I would like to talk a little bit with Delia, my colleague. I have a lot of information about her work because we are colleagues at the university, Bucharest University. I would like to ask her if she sees an opening of the ways towards the written literature in Romani language, and if these authors, whether they are or not initiated, or whether they have initiatives in Romani language, the common Romani language, if they are writing using the IRU alphabet, or are they having other directions or wishes? Which is their view towards the standardization of the Romani language. Thank you, Christian. It's a very good question indeed. Well, it is a big issue. It's a big problem. The literature written in Romani language in Romania, more or less, we have just a little bit of literature in Romani language. We have some, but we have a lot of literature written in the Gagicani language. The big problem was also the history. Our identity is stigmatized. Well, Roma speak Romani, the Roma authors, but the Romani language is a little bit poor, and they don't know how to say. There is not a well-developed lexicon, but the first step, as I already mentioned, is to learn and to be taught as schools, but also to be used on the media platforms, because otherwise we don't have someone who can translate the literature. Even if it's written, we have no translators. So let's say in Romania, who is writing belletristic, nice literature, as I said, in the Romani language? Well, we have Luminița Cioabă, Sorin Sandu, Nora Costache, Camelia Stănescu, and myself, and other 2 or 3 persons. But the big authors, we have very important authors, very good authors, like Marian Ghiță, Emil Sude, Viorel Congu, and others. They write only in the Gajikani language. There is an issue, a problem, which hurts a lot. We don't have many authors that are writing in the Romani language. Among them, even myself and Luminița Cioabă and Camelia, we write in Romani, but we don't use the common writing. As I said, I noticed that there are a lot of problems. It's difficult. So, for example, now I wrote my presentation about my work in using a writing that it's mine. It's easier for me in order to write it faster. So what shall we do? We shall sit together, the authors, to see what we choose in a country, or maybe in all countries where Romani language is written, and to see what is the easiest way of writing, and not to waste time looking for special letters, symbols, and characters. Another point is who is going to read. Even though that those that speak Romani at home, they don't read in Romani. Well, they say we speak Romani, but we don't know how to read, because of the way you use your alphabet, which is very difficult and I'm not familiar with. So what we are supposed to do is to translate lots of documents, to use the writing in a easier way, and the language should be taught in more schools and to be used in the media. Very important when we have in the media the writing, when we're having some films, even if it's in the Gajikani language, then we should use the subtitles in the common Romani language, and we use it as being the best. It's a very big problem. It's useless to write in Romani. I write in Romani because I'm an activist and I want to show to everybody that our language is strong, is beautiful. As I already presented some example, how you say, there was a question coming from Vasile Ionescu, it's an intellectual Roma from Romania. He said, your language, well, he's not a good Romani speaker. He's not a native speaker, but he learned a little bit, but not that well. And he told me, your Romani language is that poor. Tell me one philosophic word. He said hermeneutica. Well, it's an international word, and we can say in Romani the same. But I chose another way. I said, well, we have a word for that. And then I thought how to say it in Romani. understanding, because what is hermeneutica? If you understood the text, that it's very difficult, from the Holy Bible, for example. And if you see the hidden sense, so in Romani, we would say for hermeneutica, understanding, deep understanding. So what I want to show you by saying that is that we have to, we, the activists, the linguists, I'm not a linguist, I'm dealing with literature. So I say we should translate and see how can we make our language even more valuable and stronger. We have to teach our Romani readers what they need to know about the Romani language. They want to be Roma, not only to speak at home a few Romani words and the rest gagicane, not only we eat and speak, but to speak about mathematics and journalists and so on. Delia, could you please make it shorter? Yes, well, we need money for that. We need political will. This is not an easy issue. It's a very difficult one. But we have to create a group, working group. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. And before we are closing this subject, I would say now, and I'm going to send out a proposal to our head at the University Delia Grigore. It is needed to have a reform on the Romani language and to embrace the proposal that came from ERIAC. Of course, you that are teaching the Romani language, because I'm teaching literature and others and culture, and you, those teaching the Romani language, and I myself are a representative of the university. Let's try out the new writing that you have it in your books, you, Christian and Mihaela. So let's try it out. Let's see how it works, and then we can change and make it even better and easier, and to write using this writing. We need a reform at the national level as well. Yes, of course, we will do it that way. Thank you. We have a final question from ERIAC, the office. Anna? Thank you all for your discussion. This is a proof, alive, that at the university, well, this is our strength. I congratulate our language that it's at the level of the university. It's true, Romania is the country where the most important work on Romani language has been done. There are some other issues that we have to take into consideration. Thank our brother from Prague. They create nice teaching materials that are given to the students, but also some other people may have access to these materials in order to learn the Romani language. So what is needed to be done, we have many publications in Romani language, but we have to open our eyes also to the social media, because there is a lot of content made by our people, by the mother tongue speakers from all over the world. You can hear a lot in Romani language. You can see videos on Facebook written by our people. And they don't have a special writing system, but they write among each other. They create videos in Romani language. And this is the basis of our work. And we can create upon the common language together with Christian, with the university from Prague, with Delia and other universities, and with all the specialists that have been invited to our conference today. I think we are on the right way. And thank you all so much for your help. Now I'm giving the floor to you, Adrian. Thank you, Mihaela. Thank you all, dear panelists that joined us and shared with us your knowledge at the fourth hybrid international conference about the safeguarding of our language, Romani language. This is our language, and we have to be proud of. I greet you all. I wish you a lot of success. And I would like to conclude by saying that the epicenter for the harmonization of the Romani language should be ERIAC, because listening to what you've been discussed about, it's up to the countries to harmonize the language, whether in Serbia, Macedonia, Czech Republic, Romania. But if we put this work together, I think the knowledges of you all, you can create even greater synergy. Thank you for following us. I'm inviting you to continue following us as of 12 o'clock about the strategy in Europe, strategic cooperation in Europe for the common Romani. We will have Professor Hristo Kytchukov, Silvia Lakatos, Diana Kirilova, and David Strauss, and moderator will be the journalist, my colleague, Gilda Nancy Horvat. She's also a member of ERIAC board. Thank you so much. I congratulate the language, the Day of our Romani language. We thank you as well. We will have 15 minutes break. At 12 o'clock, we have to get back online.
Da vensastet bartale, savoregene, so dikenamen.
I wish welcome back. Greetings to our online participants. You can follow the YouTube transmitting of the ERIAC conference. You can follow it on in Romani and in English language. And I wish you welcome back to today's conference regarding our Romani, rich Romani language. Here we have many intellectuals working on our language. This is the third panel of the day, and here I want to thank everyone on the second panel. Andriano Giolodin, thank you for your preparation of the second panel. We are on the third panel. That's the named strategic cooperation in Europe for the common Romani, as Christian mentioned previously, Vlach, but I will say fly in my words. On this following panel, the level, the perspective to speak about the diversity of our language. We want to perceive how it is presented in the media. We want to see the international cooperation and the fact that there is stigmatization towards our language. And here we have representatives or panelists who are working and speaking on this topic. I will name them. Today with us, there is Diana Kirillova, PhD in educational sciences, and she's a Romani language teacher at the university. Thank you very much for being with us here today. Silvia Lakatos, senior lecturer of Romani studies at the University of Pech. Thank you very much for being here today. David Strauss, teacher of German and Sinti language here in Germany. Thank you for being with us today. First presentation is from Miss Diana. She is working. She will be. Please take the floor. Good day, everyone. Say happy day of the Romani language with the long and may it be a praise to higher levels. ERIAC for giving me the floor today to speak regarding the Romani language, and I want to thank people that worked on the Romani language. My name is Diana Kirillova. I work for the Romani language in France, and my biggest sport. I work the Romani language. The Romani language is known as Romani language, and we have done more than 20 years of work in order to recognize our job in the French courts. I work as a Romani teacher at the university in Sweden. And I'm part of the initiatives about the Romani language. ERIAC is the first institute about Romani language, about arts and culture that worked on the Romani language and its teaching, the initiative driven by our sister Michaela, which a lot of success in the work. Part of the team, and these are the books that we have published, and we work with these, use these books in university. I did. For people that want or have interest to learn the Romani language. We're talking about the unity, gathering of the Roma language, to say.
Kavasi kai te shai te kidas iromanchip tovel liek. Te shai te
Roma language to be unity one, so that we can
lava katari romani chip. So se
eradicate the
romani chip
non-Roma words from the Romani language, because our Romani language
alava
is rich with many words, Romani words, and we need meet these words and to unify our language to be one. I'll give you an example. The words for the strength.
Penas international no nivelo kavasi
International level. This is
no nivelo avrial
outside.
penas existuin
Not a Romani language.
Ici kasi vorba
this word.
Example pal sosi kera so equipe o
we need to work on the gatherings for our Romani language so that it can be one situation with the Romani language that we have levels where the Romani language in spoken Manahala from the Roma spoken by the Roma diaspora living outside of their domicile countries. And we have the Roma.
Nesaveländer vakeren i romani chip te
That are speaking the Romani language. Some of them do not speak the Romani language. We have
Andre and the romani chip.
Level inside outside of the Romani language, we have learning of the Romani language. Learning of the Romani language. We have it in our primary schools, high school. We have it at the university level. We have conferences. We have Romani language at boards. We have Romani language. I show you representation we have of the Romani language and how rich it is. How rich is our beautiful language, and many people do not know about the wealth of what we have in our language. What we have as archive, we have a big archive that God rest his soul was I will mention today, and I will say it again. God rest his soul. He dedicated life for our language. He did tremendous work regarding the language. That's the Romani alphabet, which is the standard of the Romani language. Right. We need to use it and write with it so that we can work with it. And that is what was made at the university. I was in 99. I was one of his first say that it was very hard to work to use the Romani alphabet. It was hard, but I needed to do that because the Romani language was presented at the university level, and I needed to pass all the exams for the persons who are learning the Romani language at the university level. They need to use and know this alphabet, but the persons when they're talking and doing work about the Romani language, practical level, easiest they want to work with the Latin alphabet, so that we can be careful the method of Romani language A1, as we have the book published in front of us. It was easier because the alphabet is hard and you need to have a special program. I have all the programs for the codification that Marcel left me. Once I can deliver it to you and to use it and work with it as a Romani alphabet. But we also need to know that we have our alphabet, that we write with our alphabet. Regarding the alphabet and what was done, what we have from the archive, we have pedagogical materials that was left to us from Mr. Marcel Curtian, and we have much materials from Roma literature, and some of them are in my possession. I have the responsibility how to work with them and how to show them to show them all throughout the world, because it was 30 years of work invested in that. The Romani language is the level that falls under person from the Roma diaspora and the universities. We have the Gaji side, that the non-Roma that are working on the Romani language. Those are the institutions like the European Council, the Council of Europe, the Center for Minority Languages, recognize our language. We have ERIAC, who is the first institute who works on our language. We have universities in Bucharest, in Paris, in Alco, in Sweden, in Hungary, other countries, in Prague, and they need to strive to raise the language to a new level. We have many categories from the Romani language, and we have much work to be done in our struggle to raise our language. Another thing is that our language shouldn't who died, which is a phenomenal person that are sitting in Peru, in La Hala, in the neighborhood. Romanes, which is a big unfortunate, because when a person doesn't speak his own language, he's lost. He loses his identity. He doesn't know where he's coming from, who he is, and we need to fight for the ones that we were raised with the Roma language, is to speak it inside our homes, speak the Romani language in our homes, and the children to be happy and not to be shy that they are Roma and that they are speaking Romani language. This is an important thing that I want to say to all the Roma today, to hear me out, open your ears, and bear in your mind the people that are living outside from their domicile countries. Many of them, they do not want to speak Romani. Technical problem, sorry. With our nobody would hire you when they will hear that we are Roma. No, the philosophy of our work should be that we should work on our Romani identity, take care of our culture, to learn in the education system at the universities, Romani to be taught, and to say, yes, we are Roma, not to be shy about it. I am Roma, and I'm a part. I'm a human being as all the other people. We do have diversity, so that not to be shy, not to be afraid, to say that we are Roma and that we are happy about it. And we need to work or fight for materials where the Romani language will be shown at other levels, at the schools, to have certain programs, curricula regarding the Romani children, and the non-Romani children will be um, represented to them, and the Romani language to be recognized by the governments as a minority language, but to be recognized from the government, to have a status, to strengthen the status of our language. When we will have this recognition from the government of a country, the Romani language will have, it will be a force by itself. It will be included in the school programs, curricula. We can broaden it, bring it to another level, and to strengthen. That is our work. That's the people that are working on these topics. I have an experience more than 24 years as an interpreter. I worked in France with people from all around the world, and I can say that our language is very rich. We have many words that we haven't heard of them. I say, God, I'm very happy that I have all these words. When people, when they sit in the neighborhoods, to the common people, they don't know how each one of them speaks their own dialect. Each of them, they are taking care about their dialects, but our dialects are the wealth of our language. We need to make methods how to show our wealth of the richness of the Romani language, so that Roma and non-Roma that are want to learn the Romani language to know what is the Romani language, what is the Romani culture, Romani identity, and I believe that is our work that we need to show as people, and our people need, that are living in the Romani neighborhoods, to speak our language, so that our language can be alive, not to die. With our language, we need to teach it. We need to strive to fight, to perceive the situations, what we have at our disposal, and use it. I will see what Cadras Hall, Marcel Curtiade left with me. I have a big responsibility to show it, to spread it, to work on the Romani language. There's Romani literature from 10 to 15 different countries. Have dialects and methods, dialectology about Romani language, lexicon. But I don't speak all the languages that Marcel did. It is another problem. I need help. I need help, a helping hand that will help me out with this. And this was globally what I wanted briefly to say to you. These are just thoughts regarding the Romani language. I wish to have more initiatives regarding the Romani language, more translation of documents, books, to speak the Romani language at conferences, so that we can see that the Romani language has a different status. We have big potential. We have a lot of work to do, and all of the people that are working in this area, I want and ask of you to fight for so that our language can be alive. You do not have to be ashamed that you are a Roma, and do not be afraid to speak your own language. I'm speaking the Romani language and many dialects, but I do not am ashamed to say to others who I am, what I am. And all the Roma throughout the world need to know that, to take care of the Romani language to be alive, and the Roma to maintain the livelihood, the Romani language to be alive within institutions, and our language to be recognized at different level and universities, to make programs, to have PhD regarding the Romani language, the Romani dialects, Romani linguistics, and to combat with to have work with the Council of Europe, governments from other countries, so that our language can be recognized as a minority language, like the case in Sweden. The Romani language is included in the constitution of Sweden. That was briefly what I wanted to say. I wish you good health and may God give us the strength to work and give us the courage to work more on our Romani language. Thank you very much. I'm very happy in my heart when I hear your thoughts regarding the recognition of the non-Roma and the recognition from our Roma. We need to believe in our hearts that we need to know that our language is rich, not to boast, but not to be ashamed, not to be ashamed of our language. We have a beautiful historical language, and I'm very happy to say that we will have the floor to Miss Lakatos, who is a senior lecturer on Romani studies at the University of Pécs in Hungary. Thank you very much. My name is Silvia Lakatos. I come from Hungary. I want to show you a bit the situation in Hungary, what kind of structure we have. First of all, I want to say that in Hungary there are three main groups. We have Romungro, as you can see, Vlach, and Boyas. They are living in Hungary among the Romungro. These Romani groups, the bigger number of them know not Romani. They are speaking the Carpathian dialect of Romani, and in Hungary we have regions who are speaking Romani. Many of the Roma were working with traditional occupations like musicians and smiths. In the Balaton, the north shore of Lake Balaton, they were playing for the non-Roma, and you can see now we have the thing Budapest. Now I want to say that they're speaking Hungarian. We have Roma who speak both languages, the Beas and the Vlach. The Boyas are speaking the archaic form of Romanian. There are three dialects of Boyas: Argelan, Munchan, and Tichan. The Argelan is the biggest. Munchan is a small village. And the Lovari dialect. I'm speaking the Lovari dialect, and I'm part. And as you can see, 13 dialects. In the country, I'm sorry, the microphone needs to. I will show you. I'll show you these two stems of the tree. The Beas, and you can see the Beas. One or two things about us. As I mentioned, we have dialects in the Hungarian. There's the conservative, it's a conservative Romani language. They don't say there's some persons that are speaking the Romani.
Devon sikodola con anglikani grammatika hasnisaren tai romani alava
They're speaking the
hasnisaren kadisia angli
Roma, the Slovari.
anglunitsko dialecto no amende ande
In
ungrikotem
Hungary,
elovara tajetszerárasi
Lara,
majgene
that's a Lara,
siame inke shaidiken buddi
as you can see.
de cadela si
There are many dialects.
cadela si pe mai
They're the
budda amendando ungrikotem
biggest in Hungary,
petekeras hoi so de dialect
and we need to work on the dialects in Hungary and
no shaidik has hoi ande amari ship siame
our language. We have
no scripe tai siame
scripts.
bucciaipe skiris penaptumenge hoi vari dialecto si
I will be speaking about the Lower dialect. It is the one of the biggest and the strongest. It is a strong dialect. I did my PhD. We visit the schools and what they teach there. And many of the Roma are speaking Lovari dialect, and we're being all the classes were in Lovari dialect, and say that Lovari dialect is the predominant in the Hungary, and we cannot say this outside of Hungary. In the schools, is most represented the Lovari dialect. This dialect, and the person who were teaching the Romani language, Jolly Darozifer, he published the book Janes Romanes in 88 in this dialect, and the alphabet that published there. And I mean, this was the dialect that was created in the State Language Examination Center. What we need to learn, why we need to learn our language. In Hungary, we have many rights, words that are helping us in order to learn our native language, not only in the elementary and high schools, but also at the universities. I can say the Pech University as a Romology Studies Department. Teaching the Roman language. My colleagues are teaching history about our people, and you can see on the presentation that we have master education, we have Romology teaching for teachers, training for teachers. Our department made a workshop and we were working from 2012 in the Department of Religion and Sociology of Education. It provides meeting opportunities and space for Romani language professionals to discuss current questions. Here we have online gathering where we're talking or discuss language, and we do know how to raise our language and use our language. We have Roma and non-Roma together that are cooperating for our and working on our language. Not only at the university level, we have the high schools or the gymnasiums. We have, of course, the gymnasium in Pech, where we are speaking Beas.
They are trying out new issues and they want to get closer to the children. They have to enjoy the lessons. Therefore, I think that this modern education, we are to teach better our language. We have 3 hours classes. So we have to attract the children. Now, in the high school, we have a Gaji and 2 Roma teachers. Here is when I was doing my research. Here is where Gaji were teaching Romani language. We have only a few Romani teachers holding a degree, and in Hungary it is needed to have such a degree. But we have some Roma men and women that are teaching our language, but most of them are Gaje. To openly tell you, in Hungary, more Gaje are teaching the Romani language. There can be taken exams in our country in the Lovari dialect in Hungary. We have a center where the higher exam can be taken. And when they attend the high school, they can then take the exam. This shows that in Hungary, not only Roma, but also Gaje are learning our language. So I understand it that way, that our language has been a little promoted. If also Gaja are learning the language, this is a prestige for the language. I show you some books. The green one is the first book. Then it has been issued another one, Learn Romanes, but I think it's not enough. We need more. We have also dictionaries, as you may see. I'm going to show you what Marcel also issued. We use it. And we have books that help us with the grammar. And we have books, and I think they are important. In Hungarian, in the Hungarian language, it's been translated, and in English, and we have the Holy Bible in the Romani language. It's been said that the language that it's written in, it will stay. And therefore, we may think about 2 issues. What can we do? In Hungary, we have the system that I already spoke about. For many years, the language has been taught. It's used a different alphabet, like U. I thought a lot when I was on my way here to try to contact among each other at international level, because it is important to us. We should write down our books using a different alphabet. The books that you saw, also when it's being taught at the primary level, we are using this alphabet, the one that Dorothy created for us many years ago. It is difficult to keep it at this level. I'm going to show you the alphabet. This is our alphabet, which is a different one. It's not the one that you are using, but also at the exam and general writing, it's used this alphabet. Now it's difficult to change, but I think it is possible to do so. As I have shown you before, we have also examinations, we have books. It's not enough. We need more. We need to work more. And the big problem is that we don't have the persons that may teach. We need such persons that can teach only Romani, but also we need political support. And not a long time ago, I met Stoica Attila. He's a member of the parliament, and I spoke to him about this issue that we have in Hungary. And when we discussed about it, he said he's going to help and the government in order to organize this training, educational training, in order to promote the teachers. There is a need of research on the language, as I said. I don't know how many dialects are used in Hungary. There is an old research I've shown you in my presentation, but we don't know the actual status. With regard to the standardization, it's very difficult because every group is asking for something else, so their own dialect to be the first. When we have so many dialects, it's nice. I think it's important to have that many dialects in the Romani language. You use other dialects, but I understand you, and this is beautiful, I think. And I think we should keep that. It is also important to have an international level, at an international level, a cooperation, to have a different alphabet. I think this is the right way. Therefore, in Hungary now, I think it's going to be a very difficult work. As you said, also on Facebook is written in Romani, also in Hungary is the same situation, but also in the television, the Romani language is used. But we need even more than that. We need translations, not only in the education, but also in the media. We need to strengthen the Romani language, as has been previously mentioned. Our mother tongue, it's a great present that we should safeguard and transmit it further on. It should be kept in the family and to be taught in the family, because I saw that many times that the parents are not teaching their children the language. They rather should learn English or German language, Well, in this world, it is also needed because these young people need in this modern world to speak their mother tongue. I think this is a very important point. So we have to support the families to teach the language their children. Thank you for your attention. I'm thinking a lot about from Hungary I came and how shall I connect my work at international work, but not only my work, but whatever is needed to do together. We have a lot of work still to do. Therefore, I think that we will be able to do that in the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sylvia, for your work, for your thoughts. You showed us a very good example from Hungary, where you have exams, you have an alphabet, and you shared with us how to harmonize the language. We are to be proud of our language. We have many dialects. 28 have been said. I think we have even more. This is a mirror of our identity, of our history, and we are to safeguard not only for the political recognition, not to lose the mirror of the history. So the Gaje have to see that also their history, the European history, it's a part of our mirror of our language. Thank you for sharing it with us. And now we go to the English. And David Strauss is going to take the floor. He's a teacher of German and Sinti language here in Germany. I greet you all. I'm glad to meet you here. I'm very lucky, and I have been told that my dialect is difficult for you. Therefore, I'm going to use the English language. I'm very glad that I met you here. And now I'm going to speak in English.
Yeah, my name is David Strauss. Thank you so much. The title is the Romani. I need to switch. Wait a second. The Romani language, but the Sinti dialect. And why did I choose identity language? Because in my work, I realized something. It's not only that it's a language, it's about culture, it's about everything else. And that's why I called it identity language. And I will tell you later a bit more about that, because it's not working. Now it's working, okay. Yeah, because I would like to tell you something about my work as well as about the situation of the Sinti in Germany, because I realized there are so many differences. I think the biggest difference is how Sinti do deal with the language, and if it's about Gaje. Why? Because Sinti do not talk with others about the language. So we don't have any teachers who do teach the Romani Sinti dialect, especially not Germans or others. So there are no Gaje who are able to learn from Sinti, the Sinti dialect. So that's the reason why we have no schools or universities or anything else in Germany where we are able to learn the language, especially for those who are not able to speak the language anymore. So how long do Sinti live in Germany? I think you know that it's more than 600 years. So the first record in a documentation was 1406, so more than 600 years ago. That's why, of course, like in all the other language countries as well, the language is related to the German language, especially because Sinti are living, they are older. The Sinti language is older than Germany, just by the way. So how do they deal with the situation when we talk about languages? So just as I mentioned, right now, they, especially older people, they don't like to tell others about that because of the history. So when we had the time of the Second World War, then it was very hard because with that way, they had the chance to know and to get in contact with Sinti. That's the reason why they still do not want that any other Gade do know the language. So before that time, it was different. Before that time, there were, we have some letters, for example, from a policeman to a Sinto. He was in prison, in jail, and they communicated in the Sinti dialect. And this was not only something they used in an oral way. This conversation is something written because it was a letter. So during my study, I had the chance to focus on the Sinti dialect more and more, and that's why during my work I had the chance to create this framework plan and handout for Romani Sinti as an identity language, because there's an association in Germany, in Baden-Württemberg, it's in the south of Germany. They ask for that because they want to keep the language. Just as, yes, of course. And just as like mentioned, just as before mentioned, if the language is dying, it's too much what we lose. It's too much what we lose. And that's why they want to support that project, and they asked me to create that framework plan, which is built on the I was so happy, just by the way. I was so happy when I today saw this Romani chip libro. It's great. It's really great. And yeah, I will talk a bit more about what is my plan for the future. So yeah, I just mentioned that there are no serious educational institutes, and we have the same problem like in other countries as well. We have the Sinti dialect in a written as a spoken language, but not as a written language. And there are so many dialects. There are so many dialects. Actually, we have, of course, religious parts we have in the Sinti dialect, but it's not like a dialect for everyone. So we have the complete Bible right now and some other videos and publications. And there we had the first time something like a written language. And I talked to so many people from the Sinti community. They do mention it's great, but it's not their dialect. So they still have a problem in their mind because they always see it's not mine. Why? Because they always see the difference. Okay, for example, like the word heart, there are two words like G as well as Z, and some they really have problems with that. I think it's just too little, but it's I think the same problem everywhere. So I think this topic, written and spoken language, is so interesting, and I'm so happy to be here. Just by the way, one more time, thank you so much, because now I have the chance to talk with others about these topics. While I was studying, I focused on that part, written and spoken language, especially when we talk about academic languages. And there's Jim Cummins. He's a Canadian professor. He had a very interesting model, and we can see that here because he was talking about cognitive undemanding things and cognitive demanding things. And if we have the written and spoken language, then we can always describe these parts in these two things, because is there something like cognitive issues or not? If it's undemanding, we can use this in a context like reduced. So when we are talking to someone, we might lose some informations. Why? Because the other one is able to ask, or he's around. So if I just give an example like, can you give me this? Everyone knows this because I can show it with my finger. But in a written language, that's not possible. So if we talk about context embedded, then we need more informations, we need more details. And this was so interesting, this model from Jim Cummins, and I adopted that in my work, because we can change cognitively undemanding and cognitively demanding into spoken language and written language. So there are so many languages or countries where there's no where there are just dialects instead of one standard version of the language. But in Germany, it's the case. We have a standard version of the language, and this is the written part. But who does speak the standard variation of that language? No one. Okay, there are some. They mention there's one city in Germany. They do speak it very good, but what is one city in one country? So if we do talk about the difference between spoken language and written language, we need to know what are the things, how can we identify the differences? And if we have a written text, no one would talk like that, even though in Germany. So if we have the spoken language, we need, of course, the dialect version, because that's the version we do talk at home, just as we had. This is Maridaki chip, Maridadeskri chip. And when we have the dialect version, it's completely okay. It's understandable to use words from, for example, Germany, from other countries as well. Why? Because the history shows we are living so long here in a country. And this is something natural. Why? Because I realized during my studies we need to decide between a micro and a macro system. So there's a small system, and there we have a different system of language as well. So if we have the dialect version, we can use so many things. But if we have the standard version, it's so important, because then we have the written language as well. We need one basic, and this is so great. Like all the speakers before, they mentioned that as well, because we have the same problems. And when we have a written language, of course there are words someone is not using, but we need to keep them alive, because if not, we lose everything. And this is not only a language, just as we've heard that so many times before, it's identity, it's our culture, it's who we are. And that's why in my work I adopt this model, and I realize the differences, and I try. Now I have a great basis, because the question is, for me, of course, what was I doing in that framework plan and handout for Romani Sinti as an identity language? Of course, the goals and educational missions. So what do we need to achieve? And it's great if we have the competency acceptations, like we have here, Romani chip, and we have the level A1, A2. This is something we need, and the things for the Romani Sinti dialect, I did such a plan for teachers, because this is something the association in Baden-Württemberg, it's an association for Sinti and Roma in Baden-Württemberg, they told me it would be great if I could organize some workshops for teachers who would like to teach the Sinti dialect. So it's so important not only to teach a personal dialect, it's important to know what is the difference between the written language and what is the importance, and what is the the spoken and the written language. So what are the differences? Because it's not only as easy as we might think. During my study, I had the chance to do a small study, and I realized something, because when we have some older or younger persons as well, when we have a situation like familiar, we are speaking to people we are close to, we are using other words. That's why I mentioned before the micro and the macro system. And I was asking, which word do you use for coffee? And I set that situation with a friend first, and they mentioned kametu I kafea de piel. And I asked after that, now just imagine we are not in that situation with your friend, it's the older one, it's the old person, respectful person, and then they change and they use the word meli instead of kafea. And that's the old word we use in Germany for the Sinti dialect for coffee. And I was asking why. And everyone was mentioning, I want him to show, I know my culture, I know my language. So that's the difference. That's the micro and the macro system. And that's the same with the spoken language as well as the written language. And for those, when I'm allowed to organize this workshop for teachers who do teach the Sinti dialect, we don't have so many people who did the university. So that's the reason why I try to explain some elemental things like analysis, progress plan, and so on. And this is written everything in German language because it's the Sinti dialect and they do speak German. What is it that we need? What is it that we need? We just started. So we are not so far. So this is, for example, the first step ever taken. That's why we need everything. So everything mentioned before, like Facebook, we don't have that in our Sinti dialect. Movies with subtitles, we don't have this in the Sinti dialect. I just mentioned the Bible, some religious stuff. We have that in the Sinti dialect, but not the normal things we use in life. And this is something important, not only teaching materials, especially books for children. So if we have poetry, lyrics, so on, it's so important. But what about fairy tales? So I grew up with Snow White. I grew up with so many fairy tales. Where are they? Not in the Sinti dialect. And that's so sad. And this is something I always try to push. That's why I already translated some fairy tales in the Sinti dialect, and I hope in the future it will be published so that we have the chance for everything else. But it's not only written things like books, because I think we are living in a world where we have so many electronical things, so multimedia things, and that's why this is so important to do. This is something we need for the Sinti dialect as well. So, kaname hunte pakrap memang pastemende kai shunante mea kovohoi pasmendehi yakashuk. I want to thank you for listening to me. I wish you a lot of luck. I wish you a lot of health and stay with God. Nice to get. Thank you, David Strauss, that you joined us today.
Much for being with us, but you still understand what I say, so this is beautiful. Thanks everybody online. So just to sum up also some of the important thoughts in 10 seconds of what you said, I think there was one very important, but one very important point. It's the differentiation between the political game and the linguistic game. To separate that in our heads, recognizing that not only our language, but all the languages, the German language, the Austrian language, whatever, they have a standardized version. And they would never come to the idea that they cannot go on with their regional or whatever dialects. So I think here in Germany, Bayern, actually they wouldn't let us do not let them talk Bayerisch anymore, and nobody wants them to stop. So I think in order to create more, to gain more harmony inside the whole global community, let's differentiate that in our heads, that there is a political game, which I would call a short-term game. We will have to fight. Maybe it takes 5 years, maybe it takes 10 years, it doesn't matter. We will win. Our language will be recognized. And there is a long-term game, which maybe takes 30, 40, 50 years, which means to get systems, global systems in which all the dialects stand beside each other, and our children can learn all the words, all the dialects that our beautiful languages have. So my Lovari kids could learn Sinteticus because there is a source where they can learn Sinteticus if they want to. And this is a beautiful thought for the future. And let's go step by step. For sure, the political recognition of our language now is actually a priority, because as all of you said one thing, we need everything at this point. We need everything at this point. So let's get the resources and let's get the short-term and the long-term job done. Thanks to everybody of you. Nice to Menge Kaisan online, and everybody who was online.
Thank you, who is online.
English, sorry. Language confusion here. Come back at 14:30. We will go on with the panel number 4, and greetings to Christo Husinasvalo, who was ill today and couldn't be with us, but nevertheless, for sure, he will go on to contribute with his great work to our mission that we have here. So have a nice break and see you at 2:30. Nice to Menge Palikaraf.
Dear brothers and sisters, I welcome you back to our conference regarding our Romani language.
This session will be conducted in English. I am honored to be the moderator of the global session. I have panelists from different continents that speak Romani language, and they will introduce us to the situation of Romani language in the different countries, and you will hear this soon. On this panel, we are concentrating on the global cooperation. Promoting global cooperation for the Romani language involves engaging organizations, governments, and also communities worldwide. We will concentrate on having online resource hub, digital platforms and technologies in order to be able to connect with each other, advocacy and policy development, and of course, educational collaborations. Today I have together with me in our panel Elisa Costas from Brazil. She will soon start an initiative on Romani language in Brazil. We have Eric Decker from the United States of America. He is a teacher for English, but also Romani language. He will share with you some information about the initiative he already started at international level. And we have our brother, Zamer Anwar, from the Indian Council for International Cooperation. Welcome everyone, and thank you for being together with us today. I will start by giving the floor to our sister, Elisa Costas from Brazil. She will speak in Portuguese, but the colleague will translate in English for our session.
Pode começar, Elisa. I'm going to share the screen here, okay? With the presentation in English.
Yes, please.
To guide us. Okay. You may start. Elisa, pode começar.
Ariadne, peça, por favor, para ativarem o bicho.
Okay. I'm going to share the screen here, okay?
Se of to make the prezentacja w angielskanicie.
Guide us. Okay. You may start. Elisa, pode começar.
Em primeiro lugar, ativarem o bicho. Muito obrigada pelo convite. É um prazer enorme estar com todos aqui. Nós vamos apresentar uma pequena parte de toda essa história, né, de valorização, de luta, estar com todos aqui, de luta
wants to thank a lot
e de resistência.
Just a moment, please. Elisa, please just talk like shorter and then make a break so that the colleague translates in English, please. Yeah, because you overlapping each other. Yeah.
To thank a lot
I have
just a moment.
We have a technical issue.
Just talk like shorter and then make a break so that the colleague translates in English.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you overlap.
And also there's an echo of
I would like to ask if please, me and Elisa, we are hearing the same audio. We are overlapping each other with the audio that we said before. So I don't know if we are hearing the audio from the audience or something. If you could please close the audio, because I'm hearing the translation. I would also ask if please, me and Elisa, we are hearing the same.
Elisa, și nas audio.
To the audio that we said before.
Chiar pe overlap, tot ar stol doing your
We are. I am speaking, and we are overlapping each other like 3 or 4 times. Because we are. I'm
Okay,
hearing
then we seems we have a little technical issue. Our colleague will just try to fix it right now. I think he heard us already.
We are. I am speaking, and we are overlapping each other like 3 or 4 times.
Yes, so we can still hear what our colleague said. Technical issue. Our colleague will just try.
I'm just hearing myself like 3 or 4 times, and this makes it difficult to translate Elisa at the same time.
Yes. Davod, can you help us? Yes, so we can still hear what our colleague said. Technical issue. Our colleague will just try. Because we hear each other many times.
4 times, and this makes it difficult to
There is an
translate
echo.
Elisa at the same time. It's echo. Yes.
Davod, can. Yes, we can still hear. This is part of our global cooperation. Technologies, improved technologies will help us in the future to have better connections, better internet connections. It is absolutely normal that this could happen because we are connecting from different continents. So I'm definitely glad to see all of you, and I'm so happy that you are together with us today. This is for the first time in the
Tradiția înlunidată de istoria Catara Mari Conferenție.
Roma from different.
Cana e Roma anda aver conexia chiarenta estaren te chiaren contribuția
Language initiative and
che inițiativa anda
also willing to cooperate to the development of the harmonized language, and we can call it our global common Romani. So, Elisa, I think you can start.
Can you try again?
We try again. I think we have a better connection now.
Oh, okay, now it's fine. Thank you very much. First, before Elisa starts, I would like to ask to put on the screen Michel Criston, who is the Romani speaker for Brazil also, that we talked yesterday on the test session, and he's here also to join us. He's here on the call. If you could put him on the screen, Michel Luis Criston, and he's going to complement some of Elisa lines for the work in Brazil.
Does he connect with us on Zoom?
Yes, he's here on the call. Michel Luis Criston.
Very good. Yes,
Okay,
he's with us.
here.
Mișto Avilean, Michel Taves Bahtalo.
Welcome, Michel. I wish you good health. I wish you all good health. I'm Roma. I greet all the Roma throughout the world. And it's good to hear the Romani language. My name is Michel Cristo, or Romanes Michel. I'm a Russian Roma. I live in Brazil. I'm a Brasileiro. Our family, extended family, came from Russia. I'm a Calderaș from Moldavia. You're coming from Nești. And I will tell you that here in Brazil, there are many Roma. We have a big family. We have, I can say, 5,000 or more Roma. We have a family in Europe. Our great-grandparents, we found ourselves here and we're living here. But our descent comes from Europe, but I'm going to tell you, I work on Romani culture, and I work in a Brazilian organization, which is named AMSK, our president. AMSK of AMSK is Elisa Costa. She's our instructor. She's the head. We are doing on everything that we are doing regarding the Roma. We are helping the elders, education, culture, everything that we are working on, and helping out the Roma in our country. And it is important today to discuss about our Romani language, to foster our tradition, not to forget our language and our traditions. And what we can do for our children is to learn their language and to look forward on, and not to lose our tradition. I'm very happy that I'm here with you all today, and I wish you to watch over our traditions in the future. Now I would give the floor to Lisa, our president. I wish you all good health and which is important. Our heart is warmed when we are working together and we are fighting on this road. Elisa Costa, please take the floor. I wish you good health, brother. It's the first time in our history that we are hearing globally Romani language. We understood you very well. Our sister from France, Miss Diana Kirillo, our sister from Hungary as well. They're very happy that they heard today that you are speaking Romani language. This is a demonstration that our language is a global language. That everywhere you go, you're one of the examples, one of the persons that gave that positive signal on our conference today. And now we will make this connection with all of you and cooperate for the future. And now I would give the floor to Elisa Costa to start with her presentation.
Thank you, everyone. I will share the screen now. I hope the audio is better. Ok. Elisa, pode começar. Elisa. Thank you, everyone. I will share the screen now. I hope better. Pode começar.
Sim, você pode passar o próximo. Nós vamos trazer para vocês 3 iniciativas do Brasil. A primeira, com muita felicidade, com muita alegria. Sim, você pode passar o próximo. Nós estamos iniciando. Nós vamos trazer para vocês 3 iniciativas do Brasil. A primeira, com muita felicidade, com muita alegria. Nós aprovamos. Sim, aprovamos o inventário da língua romani no Brasil.
The national inventory we are initiating.
A primeira, com muita felicidade, com muita alegria. Pode passar. Aprovamos o inventário da língua romani no Brasil.
The national inventory.
Sim. Você pode passar uma, Ariadne, por favor, só uma. Bom, serão 7 famílias que vão discutir toda a estrutura de resistência da língua num país onde se sofreu proibições severas desde 1549. Toda a estrutura de resistência da língua num país onde se sofreu proibições severas desde 1549. Bom,
We are going to study in this inventory heaven, family,
e
unity from Roma community that had struggled
o
with
áudio
a
está
lot
bastante confuso.
regarding language inside the country and how to maintain it.
Sim.
Bom,
Gostaria agora de colocar que essa é uma iniciativa onde, pela primeira vez, o Brasil vai reconhecer oficialmente que somos um povo e que temos uma língua e que estamos aqui presentes e que essa língua faz parte dessa existência e dessa resistência. Essa é uma iniciativa onde, pela primeira vez, o Brasil vai reconhecer oficialmente que somos um povo e que temos uma língua e que estamos aqui presentes e que essa língua faz parte dessa existência e dessa resistência.
we want to officialize here and also for the country.
Pode passar, Ari.
First time in Brazil that the country is going to recognize the Romani
A
language.
segunda iniciativa, que nós encerramos esse ano e já está para publicação, são 21 histórias inspiradoras. Pode passar, Ari. A segunda iniciativa, que nós encerramos esse ano e já está para publicação, são 21 histórias, são pessoas todas de etnia, pertencentes à etnia, que varia de 18 a 64 anos. O que fez com que elas estudassem, o que fez com que elas enfrentassem as dificuldades para poder seguir em frente e se formarem. Etnia, pertencentes à etnia, que varia de 18 a 64 anos. O que fez com que elas estudassem, o que fez com que elas enfrentassem as dificuldades para poder seguir em frente e se formarem. Pode passar, Área. A nossa terceira iniciativa, que ganhou um reforço enorme esse ano, no qual eu quero agradecer muito essa área, é que esse ano nós vamos trabalhar de forma inédita os materiais que recebemos. Um reforço enorme esse ano, no qual eu quero agradecer muito essa área. É que esse ano nós vamos trabalhar de forma inédita os materiais que recebemos. Um reforço enorme
She wants to think on this third initiative about the literacy. So we are going to work.
A professora doutora Vória Stefanovski, uma mulher Sinti, Michi, que apresentou e estará conosco. Eu e um coletivo formado por várias pessoas, Roma e Sinti, que vamos analisar produções, músicas, textos, e verificar tudo isso de acordo com o Brasil. Eu e um coletivo formado por várias pessoas, Home e Cinti, que vamos analisar e com isso ver o que nós mantemos, o que nós perdemos, o que foi proibido, o que foi esquecido e como trazer isso de volta, não só para nós, mas para as próximas gerações. E com isso, ver o que nós mantemos, o que nós perdemos, o que foi proibido, o que foi esquecido e como trazer isso de volta, não só para nós, mas para as próximas gerações. Pode passar, Ari. Esses foram 4 materiais que nós percebemos a necessidade de acoplar em todos os trabalhos. Trazer isso de volta, não só para nós, mas para as próximas gerações. Pode passar, Ari. O uso da língua para proteção na área de saúde, que nós percebemos a necessidade de acoplar em todos os trabalhos. Não ficar de fora nos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, na Agenda 2030. Para proteção na área de saúde,
the use of the language for the health system protection.
E o trato em relação à violência cometida contra as mulheres. Agenda 2030.
And also, don't let the Romani community be outside the SDG, the 2030 agenda.
Pode passar. E o trato em relação à violência no Brasil, no ano de 2019, para vocês terem uma noção da dificuldade de trabalhar todas as estruturas da língua no Brasil. Não há universidades com esse tema. No Brasil, no ano de 2019, para vocês terem uma noção da dificuldade de trabalhar todas as estruturas da língua no Brasil. Não há universidades com esse tema.
Also inside Brazil, so you can have barely an ocean. We have a lot of difficulty.
Bom, e com isso nós juntamos várias pessoas pertencentes à etnia nas várias áreas de antropologia, pedagogia, linguística, música, cultura, política, políticas sociais e públicas, e vamos discutir tudo isso juntos e ver o que é possível fazer. Nas várias áreas de antropologia, pedagogia, linguística, música, cultura, política, políticas sociais e públicas, e vamos discutir tudo isso juntos e ver o que é possível fazer. Nas várias áreas de E é claro que nós já contamos com todos vocês. Com certeza. Ari, pode passar. Esse não é um programa, esse é um sonho que se tornou realidade o ano passado. E é claro que nós já contamos com todos vocês. Com certeza. No qual nós vamos ter muitas dificuldades para enfrentar, mas já estamos vencendo. Esse não é um programa, esse é um sonho que se tornou realidade o ano passado. O ano passado, pela Federação Romani, com Pedro Nicolitti, a MSK Brasil, com Michel Criston.
That we are going to pass through, and we are already going through some difficulties.
Firmamos a Academia Internacional de Letras e Artes Romani do Brasil.
We formed
A MSK Brasil, com Michel Criston,
Academy of Letters with Pedro and Michel, who is here.
Isso vai nos dar a possibilidade Internacional de Letras e Artes de ter livros, de ter material, de ter o que é nosso para nós, como um direito de produzir a nossa cultura. A possibilidade internacional de letras e artes, de ter livros, de ter material, de ter o que é nosso. A Ayla foi reconhecida pela Academia Francesa de Letras em 2019, mas depois com a Covid tudo que teve que ser ter parado por esse preciso. Reconhecida pela Academia Francesa de Letras em 2019, mas depois com a Covid tudo. Eu quero agradecer novamente a todos vocês, ter parado por esse preciso. Quero dizer a todos vocês que existem muitas pessoas no Brasil agradecer novamente que lutam pelo direito à sua identidade e principalmente o direito à sua língua. Existem a base de toda a discussão dentro da nossa organização é sem violência e com o máximo respeito possível. E principalmente o direito à sua língua. E com isso, e com todas as dificuldades, independente da língua, neste momento, sem violência e com o máximo respeito possível. Sintam-se queridos, sintam-se abraçados e sintam a nossa gratidão desde o Brasil. Independente da língua, neste momento. Muito obrigada, nice to meet you. Sintam-se queridos, sintam-se abraçados e sintam a nossa gratidão desde o Brasil.
The voices several times, and I don't think the people could hear very well, but the PowerPoint presentation was very useful because we could see the ideas you presented today. Thank you so much for that, Elisa, and we hope very much to be able to support your work in the future from different points of view, of course, but mainly with the Romani language. Please stay with us because I would like to invite our next speaker, Eric Decker, teacher of English and Romani language. Eric has recently started an initiative to teach Romani language online, and he's also using the books A1 and A2 published by ERIAC. We are glad to offer the books for all of you and of course promote the common Romani around the world. So Eric, you have the floor.
Okay, hello everyone. Devin Bakhtale. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the conference, ERIAC Amari Romani Chib. I will start with some background information about the project and myself. The Romani language online school, named for Branislava Papusha Weiss, is a project of the World Roma Federation, launched in 2023, which offers free Romani language classes based on the curriculum framework for Romani. The first class was held on the 9th of September, 2023, and 2 learner groups studying Romani language at A1 beginner level are currently meeting each for 90 minutes weekly, with the course planned to be held through the end of the academic year in early June 2024. 51 adult students are currently enrolled. My name is Eric Decker, and I'm the founder of the Papusha Romani Language Online School and teacher of the classes. I am a Romani language speaker of Roma heritage from the USA, descendant of Roma and Sinti who migrated from Bohemia and Slovakia to the Banat, and also from Alsace and southern Germany to Russia, and then to the United States in the 19th century, and a member of the National Council of Less Commonly Taught Languages, as well as ERIAC and author of this report. I began teaching the Romani language independently in 2022, advertising in some Facebook groups to develop a study group and later a 17-week introductory course. In April 2023, I met with the WRF's representative to the United Nations, Denny Dobobrov, and pastor and singer Ricardo Kvek, who were speaking in Chicago for a historic Romani flag-raising ceremony to express interest in developing institutional support for Romani language education. This began my collaboration with WRF to set up the Papusha Romani language online school. Although now I'm teaching in person at a school in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, I want to focus on the United States since that's where I am and most of the students enrolled in my online language classes are from. I'm going to talk about the situation of the Romani and Sinti in the United States of America and a little bit of history. Numerous subgroups of Romani people have in several waves migrated or in some cases been deported to the Americas, and their descendants continue to identify with and preserve Romani culture and language to varying degrees. The 3 largest groups of Romani people in the United States are the Vlach Roma, Romani Chals, and the Hungarian Slovak Roma, also who are called Bashalde or Romungre, who speak a Central or Carpathian variety of Romani language, but are noted to have undergone a strong language shift toward English, according to Ian Hancock. The American Vlach Roma are often divided into the Calderash and Muchvaya or Muchvaya subgroups. Although these groups are said to best preserve the Romani language, it is nevertheless observed or being observed that there has started to be a major language attrition even among these subgroups in the last 20 to 30 years and by the younger generations. Other groups commonly identified in ethnographic literature on Roma in the US include the Ludar or Rudar or Boyash and the Black Dutch or Pennsylvania Dutch, which refers to German Romanis who arrived during the British colonial era. Little is written about later Sinti migration, which resulted partly from Romani speakers who followed German settlers to colonies in Eastern Europe, who in turn migrated to the US in large numbers, but also from Roma embracing the German culture, such as those in Transylvania who became Lutheran and spoke the Saxon dialect, as well as, quote, those in the Banat who originally came from Cisleithania, end quote, such as my own ancestors for whom the term Lalere Roma or Lalere Sinti has also become more recognized to describe. Also, there's little documentation about the Romani heritage in Puerto Rico, although Roma are said to have had a presence in the Caribbean since the 15th century. An important aspect of the language revitalization and language maintenance work is that is now bringing together people from these many Romani subgroups who all have a stake in reversing the language shift despite various levels of attrition. Many Romani people arrived in the United States as part of the larger wave of immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Unbeknownst to many, anti-Gypsyism played a key role in the legal and political developments of this period, including the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924 and the development of the first eugenics laws. This period culminated in the creation of the Second Ku Klux Klan and its offshoot, the Black Legion, which agitated primarily against this subaltern European immigration wave, in contrast to the First and Third Klans, which focused on anti-Black racism. It also resulted in political prioritization of the policy known as Americanization, along with the demonization of so-called hyphenated Americanism, the legacy of which cannot be discounted and can be said to have affected Roma, especially as evinced in this photograph. One way that the WRF has become involved in trying to spread more awareness is by consulting with policymakers, such as Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, who introduced Senate Resolution 124, celebrating the heritage of Romani Americans, which was passed by the United States Senate in 2022. Closer to home, I have also petitioned the Indiana State Museum to update an exhibit that uses the word gypsies to refer to elementary school students of Roma heritage who attended Oscar C. McCulloch School Number 5 in Indianapolis Public Schools, which is the district where I taught for 4 years Spanish, French, and English. Oscar C. McCulloch, the namesake of the school, published a study in 1888 of a group of Indianapolis families, which he labeled the Tribe of Ishmael, calling them degenerates, American gypsies, and grasshopper gypsies, in which he advocated their extermination on the basis of eugenics. Although McCulloch died in 1891, his anti-gypsy propaganda had influence in the spread of xenophobia and racism for decades after his death, helping to, quote, transform the state of Indiana into a veritable eugenics laboratory, end quote. The state of Indiana passed the world's first eugenics sterilization law in 1907. Historian Nathaniel Deutsch notes that in the early 1920s, eugenicists and their political allies presented the Ishmaels as crucial evidence during the congressional hearings that led to the passage of the draconian Immigration Restriction Act of 1924, end quote, which also helped create the US Border Patrol system, was a crucial point in the history of demonization of immigrants' rights. Harry H. Laughlin, another leading eugenicist, gave a speech in 1924 in which he stated that some families of Indiana are known as the American gypsies. We shall have to provide some practical plan for getting rid of the stock, end quote. I believe that doing more to recognize and unpack the history of anti-gypsyism, eugenics, and anti-immigrant sentiment behind the namesake of this Indianapolis school, which was attended by Roma students, would be a significant steps that this state institution could take. But clearly there's a lot more that can be done than simply teaching people to stop using the slur gypsy to refer to Romani Americans. Language in particular offers important insights in opportunities in this area are especially needed. I want to talk about the challenges faced in Romani language teaching. There are a variety of circumstances which create difficulties for teaching and learning Romani language in the US. These include general exclusion of Romani from educational institutions, resulting in a lack of means of training, certification, accreditation, or licensure of teachers, and also negative language attitudes. Language attitudes are very important since they are a prerequisite for developing everything else. Many learners begin studying Romani with an awareness that there are different varieties of Romani. Heritage learners may be interested in learning the variety closest to that spoken by their family members or ancestors, while those learning Romani as a foreign language may prefer to learn the varieties of communities they work or interact with. Nevertheless, we should inspire enthusiasm for the common Romani language, since this can give learners a broad familiarity with the plurilingual, oikoclitic, or thematic, or native lexicon of Romani, drawn from Prakrit, or Sanskrit, Persian, Iranian, Armenian, and Greek languages, while also building mutual respect and admiration for the diverse varieties of Romani. And students can gradually build up their critical language awareness by learning about which communities preserved different oikoclitic forms and where different xenoclitic or athematic or non-native forms appeared. In this way, the standardized or harmonized common Romani can serve as a propedeutic language, one that assists in the subsequent acquisition of vernacular varieties, while also helping to confront the monoglossic language ideology, which when applied to Romani language, results in hostility to mixing different varieties of Romani, but which is ridiculous since even the thematic lexicon of Romani is a result of plurilingualism. And now to talk about the attitudes toward domain expansion of Romani language use, a commonly expressed belief about Romani is that its use should be restricted to familial contexts, which is also known as the basilectal domain. This results in hostility toward linguistic domain expansion from the realm of the family into that of the wider society, the mesolectal domain, and the educational institutions, the acrolectal domain. This attitude is connected with a belief that Romani language can or should only be learned from family members in order to have a, quote, authentic Roma identity. This is counterproductive for reversing language shifts because while children acquire languages naturally, it is more difficult for an adult or older child who already acquired a first language to learn from someone who has no background or training in language instruction. This can lead to frustrating situations for both the heritage language learner and relative who speaks the heritage language. Access to Romani-speaking family members, many coming from subgroups which underwent language shifts decades or centuries ago. More should be done to correct misinformation, such as the claim that there is little or no accurate documentation of Romani language, when in reality there is a relatively large number of documents available to help Romani language learners, many of which have been compiled and published on the WRF website. Spotlighting historic and contemporary examples of Romani as a language fit for use in the middle and upper domains or contexts can challenge the idea that Romani should be restricted to the basilectal lower domain, because it has already reached these domains, albeit in a sporadic way. Another challenge related to this ideology of basilectal restriction is the resulting bias in Romani language teaching toward beginner level learners. Because Romani is largely excluded from the mesolectal and acrolectal levels of language use, it's thought that Romani speakers whose proficiency is intermediate or advanced within the basilectal domain don't need or couldn't benefit from language classes, which can explain the lack of demand for such courses. Out of 80 individuals who filled out the online language school enrollment form, all requested a beginner's course. By convincing more individuals who are already Romani speaking of the professional, social, intellectual benefits of studying their language, the WRF and others can develop language courses that assist in developing their ability to communicate in Romani in a scholarly and academic way and collaborate with them in the literary production. This can play a significant role in strengthening both the standardization and domain expansion of Romani. So to conclude, Papusha Romani Online Language School is a promising new project of the World Roma Federation. While there are many challenges, these can be overcome with greater cooperation between WRF and other stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Eric, for this very, very interesting presentation and for giving us an overview of the Romani language in the United States and the way you analyze the different levels of speaking Romani. Thanks a lot. I am happy to have you together with us today here, and I would like to move to our next brother, Zamer Anwar from India. He will have a presentation. He has a presentation for us today. Zamer, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself. I can see you are muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mahela, and thank you, ERIAC, for the invitation. And it's a privilege for me to present my paper in this seminal conference. And my paper aims at touching upon how Sanskrit and Shoraseni and its offshoot languages are a putative ancestor of Romani language. So I would like to share my presentation. Right. So the title, the linguistic odyssey and exploring the parallelism between Romani Chib and Sanskrit, Shoraseni, and its offshoot languages. As we know, in Amari Chib, Si Amari Zor, our language is our strength, and it befits very well to the Romani language. Because if we lose the language, it will be the loss of culture and traditions, identity, and liberations. It is also important to note that the Romani language is the living archive of its history. To know, understand, and find the origin and history of Roma lies in its language. And it is empirical and comparative studies of Romani language that, to a great extent, settled the origin of Roma communities and their forefathers' homeland. It is therefore indispensable to safeguard Romani Chib, and the institutions like European Roma Institutes for Arts and Culture, ERIAC, is working avidly and unwaveringly on the subject. So, the odyssey of Romani language. There is no suspicion and no doubt about that the odyssey and journey of Romani language began from northern India. Now, today, northern India tract geographically spans the 8 states, and the Rajasthan is the largest state of India geographically, and Uttar Pradesh is the largest state in terms of population in India. So here I see this area, this is a northern area. This is the administrative division of the country. So it excludes Rajasthan. So if we look at the geographical division of the country, then Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Delhi, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. These 8 states cover the northern part of India. It is a very important that I'll talk later. And the language, the Romani language, derived from the Sanskrit and Shor-Sen Prakrit language and evolved in Persia, Asia Minor, Armenia, Byzantine Greece, where they stayed long. And that is substantiated by a number of Persian words, Armenian and Greek loanwords in Romani vocabulary in between 11th and 14th century. And subsequently, Roma entered Europe in the 15th century, and the disparate phenomena of language contact and a language shift have taken place and are taking place, spanning from lexical borrowings from language of the majority to monolingualism. In terms of the writers and the scholars like Jacob Bryant, he identified the Greek words that gypsies had borrowed on their journey across Europe to England, and he revealed the similarity. He also revealed the similarities between words such as the Romani word like roop and yog. In Hindi, it is Hindi equivalent is rupee and ag. You can find the striking and astounding similarities. And Alexander Paspati, he also dispelled to a good extent the speculation about the origin and lineage of Romani language, and he demonstrated that the Romani language is a member of the Indo-Aryan language family. spatially, intrinsically linked with the Sanskrit. And Franz Miklosic, and he also made a comparative study of varieties of the Bitsi dialect in Europe and pointed out that the archaism of Romani language proved to be its origin from Northern Indian language. Now I would like to shed some light on how this claim is axiomatic. You know, if we say that the Roma language originated from the Sanskrit and Shor-Seni Prakrit language. So I would like to briefly touch upon the Sanskrit language. The Sanskrit, as you know, that the Sanskrit is a language of many inflections and declensions. Later, especially after the post-Vedic period, numerous forms, numerous inflections and declensions died out. And most of the languages derived from Sanskrit are characterized by tonic accent. Therefore, every important word holds an accented syllable and is featured by the presence of aspirated consonants. The basis of Sanskrit is a dialect of the central region of India that is called Madhya Desha. That is almost all the northern parts, which I showed in the second slide. So it is known as a mother of all Indian languages. Sanskrit is known as a mother of all Indian languages except Dravidian languages. There are some very old and hoary languages of India that is also Dravidian languages, like the Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada. These languages belong to the Afro-Asiatic family of the Dravidian languages. So far, the relation between Romani and Sanskrit is concerned, the inflections and declensions and the basic vocabulary in Romani in almost all variants contain Sanskrit root. The further similarities are established between Romani and Shor-Seni and its offshoot.
Eu não consegui botar, não aparece para mim a opção de...
Sorry, actually there was some. So far as the further similarities are established between Romani and Shor-Seni and its offshoot languages in phonology and regularity of sound resonance, lexicon, and grammatical structure as well. Shor-Seni was considered to constitute the proto-language for the forms of speech used in the vast swathe of northern India and brought forth languages like Rajasthani, Gujarati, Sindhi, Western Hindi. And the great philologist and linguist of India, the Babu Syam Sundar Das, in 1930, he outlined the descent of Hindi from the western branch of Shor-Seni Prakrit. And it was spoken in northern Bharatvarsha, northern India, 200 years before the Christian era and originated from the Vedic Sanskrit of ancient times, which gradually become the common language of the day-to-day interaction. And Western Hindi, that the Romani, strikes this very conspicuous similarities, like the Western Hindi is chiefly spoken in Gangatic Plain and the surrounding regions like Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, and regions adjacent to Rajasthan. And Braj Hindi, Bundeli, and Kannauji language. These are the offshoot language of Western Hindi, which are very popular in northern part of India, and still these languages are spoken by the very good number of people in the northern part of India, especially in Uttar Pradesh. So these are the offshoot of Shor-Seni language, and Braj language is connected to Agra, Mathura, and Firozabad, and Aligarh, where the Kannauji language is spoken. That is the and August. These arguments and these hypotheses have been substantiated by the different scholars as well, like August Frederick Pott, and he drew on various descriptive sources representing the diversity of European Romani dialects. So he was well aware of the Romani dialects, the various Romani dialects, as well as the European language. So, but he established the historical and structural coherence of the language, and having pointed out that layer of pre-European loan vocabulary, and Pott carried out the comparative the comparative study between Romani language and Indian language, particularly Sanskrit language, which in turn offered insights into the migration history of Roma from India to Europe. He also explicitly implied the Romani language has the closest kinship with the noblest of languages, Sanskrit. And George Brau also pointed out that the Romani is a very much analogous to the Sanskrit than to any other languages in the world. He also noted that their vocabulary, the Romani vocabulary, consists of 3,000 words, and the greater part of which are decidedly of Indian origin, being connected with the Sanskrit or some other dialects like Hindi, especially the Western Hindi. And the rest consists of words picked up by Roma during their sojourn from the East. And the relationship of Romani with the Western Hindi languages is so conspicuous that even people without linguistic training can identify the similarities between many of common Romani words and those of Western Hindi languages. In this regard, the Turner suggests the Romani language agrees with the Central languages. Again, the Central languages that lie in the northern part of India, like Hindi. The Turner continues to substantiate his claim with regard to vocabulary, where he manifested the core vocabulary of Romani belongs to the Central group, and Romani in its various form agrees in its fundamental words, roots, and affixes with Indo-Aryan languages, especially Sanskrit and Western Hindi. There are some lexical analogy. I would like to mention few here. That's some of my own collections, like the word like angrusti. In Romani language, angrusti, in Hindi, anguti. So similar, salo, and Hindi, sala, gav, and gav. So barabar, some scholars pointed out the origin of barabar, this particular word, from Persian, but no, it is from Sanskrit language, and it means the equal. And talo, talab, laj, that's a typical Hindi word of a Western Hindi language. Large, in Hindi also, it is called large. Udar. There is a sound change because of the shape of the language. That's a dwar, we say in Hindi. In Sanskrit, titalo, titli, that's the same, butterfly. And rasai, rishi, mui, mu. These are the very common words. Here I have selected some mention the examples as well. It's my own comparison between the Romani language and Hindi language. So the relation between the inflectional morphology of Romani and that of Sanskrit is explicitly clear. If it is compared, for example, endings of their verbs and declensions of nouns, suffixes which are added to adjectives, adverbs, and participles, it has also been recently established that Romani has shared with the modern Indian languages, especially Western Hindi and Rajasthani, because of various characteristics of formation of words, grammatical outfits, for example, the way interrogative and personal pronouns evolved, like the kon, in Hindi also we say kon, kai, where, and kana, these are the very common, the interrogative and personal pronouns. So the use of article also, o for masculine, e and e for feminine, o or e for plural. So like o bakro, the goat, a bakre. So these are the the similarities between Hindi, Western Hindi, and Romani in terms of article, and that's as well as the formation of abstract nouns from by adding suffixes like pen. Pen is a typical Sanskrit suffix, So like we have the word in Romani pen, Kethani pen, Samudari pen, and Tasi pen. So there are a lot of words here, but there is also another Greek origin word ben, which when they migrated, the Byzantine Greece in the 11th and 12th century, when they stayed there, so they borrowed that root word as well from the Greek language. And when they stayed in Persian, in Turkmenistan and Jabulistan, like Afghanistan and the other part of Middle East countries, so they borrowed the Persian words, and in the Seljuk Empire also, the Persian was the administrative language of the Seljuk Empire. So I made here some the similarities, when we analyze the prepositions, especially postpositions, replacing genitive case by adding adjectival endings to nouns and pronouns employed in Romani and Hindi languages, especially Sanskrit and Western Hindi, we find striking similarities. A few I would like to put forth. In Romani, postposition ko, ki, ke, sapesko, sapeski, sapeske of a snake, and Manushesco Ankh and Chayaki Bal, these are the same, like Western Hindi, ko, ka, ke, ki, these are the postpositions, sapko, sapka, sapke, sapki. So you can find, a Romani language, so you can find how similar, how analogous these words and these postpositions are. And genitive postposition for pronouns like in Romani, ro, ri, re, like miro, miri, mire, tiro, tiri, tire. In Hindi also we have the same ra, ri, re, mera, meri, mere. So these are the quite striking similarities in terms of postpositions. Genitive case. Now we have the case like the instrumental and associative postpositions for nouns and pronouns like Romani sa, mansa, tumensha, amensa. Sanskrit sa, I'll change, And the Western Hindi we say sa, sat. So mansa, mere saath, tumhare saath, tumensa, ha, amensa, amare saath. So these associative postpositions also bear the striking similarities. All these features, along with the other, ascertain the relation between Romani and Sanskrit Western Hindis and similarities between Romani and Hindi nominal systems, as well as similitude in a series of nominal and non-nominal endings. The existence of two classes of adjectives, according to the case, are the apparent characteristic of Hindi language. All Romani dialects have a system of vowels and consonants that are clearly derived from Sanskrit, and Romani entails a grammatical system analogous to that of the modern Indian languages, especially the Western Hindi. Western Hindi, as I also mentioned, that it comprises like Hindi, as well as the Bundeli, Kannauji, Braj Hindi. So these are the Hindi, and you can find very explicit similarities, very astounding similarities between these Hindi languages, because Hindi has 49 varieties. So India has a lot of languages, and as per the Indian constitutions, there are 22 constitutional languages in India, and 8 classical languages, which are the archaic, which are hoary languages of the world before the Greek and the Latin and all. So all Romani dialects have a system of vowels and consonants that are clearly derived from Sanskrit, and Romani entails a grammatical systems analogous to that of the modern Indian languages, especially Western Hindi. It has 2 numbers. Romani has 2 numbers. Hindi has also 2 numbers, 2 genders, 3 moods, 3 cases, like subject, oblique, and vocative, 3 persons, 5 tenses, future, the colored into the actual conjugations, the present and perfective. And the pattern of sentences of Romani language is identical to that of Indian languages. For example, I give a few examples like me pirav, me janav, me sunav, tu pires, tu janes, tu sunes. Ame pires, ame janas, ame sunas, ame piras. Me piaf tato pani, tu pies tato pani. Like the same, we say me pira. मैं फिरता हूँ, मैं फिरता, फिराब, that's a walk, same, तुम फिरते हो, that is in Hindi. Like मैं पियाफ तातो पानी, मैं, tato, that is a heat, warm water, that's the Sanskrit word, the old Sanskrit word, the tap. So मैं पीता हूँ, tap पानी, the same. Ame pies tato pani, amaro kako parvarel o bakaro. So my uncle feeds the sheep. The same. Dev namari, the god Dev nahi marte in Hindi. Ja dik kon chalavela o udar. So these are the common language. We also say ja ek kon dwar pe hai. Dwar, baja raha hai. That's the bajata hai. So that's the same in Hindi. The sound similarities. Last, I would like to briefly denote the similarities in phonology between Romani and Western Hindi. Phonological analysis too reveals the phonetic similarities between Romani and Indian languages, which suggest unity of Romani origin. the aspirated consonant phonemes, that's a typical in Hindi and Sanskrit and the Romani language. These sounds are available in no other languages in the world. So these are the aspirated consonants. You cannot find in any language in the world, but in Hindi and Romani or Sanskrit, obviously. Key features of Indian languages are also present in Romani. The phoneme ya is a frequently used in both Romani and Indian languages. These are the distinctive sounds and letters which are only found in Indian languages and Romani. That is the And the last, in conclusion, I would like to say that unquestionably the findings of the linguistic studies mark the evolution and changes which took place in the Romani language, obviously, in terms of lexicon, syntactical, topology, and grammatical apparatus over the time, because during their perennial migrations to various countries and their far-flung and long-standing journeys, that forced Roma to borrow various words from the languages of the majority. Nonetheless, overwhelming majority have preserved their mother tongue, well, except some clans, especially in Iberian Peninsula, who lost it as a consequence of the Inquisitions, and which forced them to use the Castilian languages and embrace Christian's name and adopt Christianity. So somewhere also in the Balkan, like the Bulgaria and Hungary as well. So they were punished. If they didn't comply with this rule, they were punished with the death and by burning if they showed any defiance. It is no wonder that under such conditions, the Roma community, the Roma people in Iberian Peninsula have preserved only a few hundred or few tens of words of Indian origin. So the forced imposition of the dominant languages of the host countries on the Roma community, consonant migration, journey, language shift, and voluntary abandonment due to the Romas voluntarily abandoned the language due to the discrimination and stereotypes and prejudices against the Roma community, that brought about changes and adulteration in Romani language. Now the recent trend shows around 4 to 5 million Roma speak Romani on daily basis. That is a very low number because whereas others use a Romani language mainly on a family events, pilgrimages, and social occasional meetings or any gatherings, so they speak in a Romani language. Safeguarding. So this is the reason why the safeguarding the Romani language becomes indispensable for preserving the ethnicity and culture, because the Romani language Romani language is the the living archive of Romani history. And if you want, if the community wants to safeguard the ethnicity and the Romani distinctive culture, and the Romani language has to be preserved. And I really appreciate and I commend the institution like ERIAC, which is relentlessly working to promote, standardize, and to preserve and safeguard the Romani languages. Thank you very much for your kind attentions. Thank you very much.
Zamer, thank you very much. This was a very valuable presentation, which reconfirms our work done until now, and especially the books we published recently in ERIAC. They are following all these grammatical structures you mentioned earlier, and these are the basis of our common language that we want to promote globally, because these are the original bases that we included in the books, and we will continue to develop them and to promote them around Europe and beyond. So this was our panel on global cooperation. I thank you, all of you, for your valuable contributions of today. I am very sure that we will continue collaborating with all of you, and that we will be able together in the future to extend the use of the common Romani at the global level, and also make sure that together we will succeed, that Romani gets recognition as a common global language. By fostering this global cooperation through these initiatives, Romani language can gain visibility, support, and recognition on the international stage, ensuring its preservation and vitality for future generations. This is the wish we have. This is what ERIAC would like to develop in the future. And I would like to invite today for the closing remarks the Deputy Director of ERIAC, Anna Mirga Krushelnica, to take the floor.
Nice to Palikerav, Mihaela. Peniale, Taipralale.
Thank you very much, brothers. I wish you all
It's my pleasure
health.
on behalf
That's
of the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture to conclude the 4th edition of the conference, the Safeguarding Our Romani Language, a conference that we organize to celebrate the International Romani Language Day, November 5. We started our Romani language initiative in the midst of COVID in June 2020. And this initiative is born out of very deep preoccupation and our care for our Romani language, Amari Romani Chip. And since then, since 2020, we have worked very hard. We produced, under outstanding leadership of Mihaela Satreanu, we have produced A1 and A2 level books. We have produced other teaching materials. We are test teaching using these books so that we can refine the approach and constantly learn. We have built the Romani Language Council, and we have worked very, very hard to build a broad consensus and a critical mass of supporters who believe that our Romani language harmonization process is what we need to be able to advance and safeguard our heritage. It's born out of the preoccupation that the many outstanding initiatives that are taking place locally, nationally, that are taking place in research centers at the universities, but also in schools, all of them are very important when they come together so that we can create a consensus and a broad alliance working together. And ERIAC has provided such a platform to bring together teachers, translators, scholars, institutions, NGOs, research centers and universities, Roma and non-Roma from across the world. And I think today's conference here is a very powerful proof of how broad the alliance we have managed to build. We have had today for the first time a German Sinto joining us, David Strauss, which I think proves very much how the language harmonization process is coming hand in hand and supports also the process of protecting, safeguarding, and developing local dialects. So these processes are absolutely not in competition or in contradiction to each other, but they are processes that happen parallel and help in hand. And our process provides a framework for this as well. At the same time, this final panel here, I think it's quite historical that we can see that, as Mihaela put it very nicely, it's a living proof of our culture, our heritage, our global diaspora, and how the work that we have been developing here at the ERIAC actually reaches far beyond the European continent, and how we can work very powerfully together. All of this has been made possible thanks to a number of supporters, which I would like from this space thank very cordially on behalf of ERIAC. Of course, we'd like to extend our thank you to the Federal Foreign Office of the German government, who through the International Cultural Outreach Program has provided support for hosting these events and developing these materials. Of course, the Council of Europe has been a long-term supporter and a partner of our Romani language initiative. So we thank for that very much as well. And it's important to also underline that this year the European Commission has taken a more active role in positioning itself as a partner and the institution that recognizes the importance of our process. And it has been very important that we had very powerful political statements, and also the presence of Schabold Schmidt today physically here in Berlin with us, which I think sends a very strong message of political support and endorsement. So I think as we conclude today's conference, we can be hopeful of where we're going. We will continue developing this initiative further because we are only more and more encouraged by the number of people and the signals that we receive from across the world of how relevant this work really is. We will continuously and tirelessly fundraise, because as it was said today, we need everything. There is a lot of talent, a lot of capacities, but we are very short on resources. So with this, we extend also a call to all institutions that feel inspired by the Romani language harmonization process and building of the common Romani language, and would be willing to support us financially so that we can upscale this process even further. And finally, I'd like to thank all our guests, all our experts, all our panelists, the physical audience here in Berlin, the online audience that has spent the day with us following this conversation, and most importantly, to Mihaela Țatreanu, without whom and without whose passion and tireless work we would not be able to reach as far and as deep as we have so far. So Mihaela, we are all humbled by your dedication and your work. It's a pleasure to work with you. So yes, thank you very much also to the ERIAC team, to the tech team, and everybody that worked on bringing this event together. And with this, I'll hand it over for final words to Mihaela. Naistuke Palikerav.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, ERIAC, for this opportunity offered to the global Roma community for the Romani language, for making our dream come true, to extend our cooperation beyond the borders of Europe. So, pralaletai peniale inke egdata Bahtalia Mari Romani.
And sisters,
Today,
we are
about our conversation, we explore the challenges faced by various Roma communities globally that lost their language or those who are in risk of losing it, and delved into the diverse approaches taken to harmonize our language and offer new chance to many Roma all over the world to relearn their language. We celebrated the successes of educational initiatives, policy advancements, and technological innovations that are contributing to the revitalization of our Romani language. Our discussion today highlighted the need for continued collaboration, understanding and respect among Roma communities, linguists, educators, policymakers, and advocates. The harmonization of Romani language is not just a linguistic endeavor, it is a testament to the resilience and strength of all Roma people and our culture. For us, Romani language harmonization involves promoting and preserving the various dialects and forms of the Romani language while ensuring mutual understanding and respect among Roma communities. In this respect, ERIAC envisages a series of activities such as documentation of various dialects and common vocabulary and grammar rules. This is a work that has been done in the past and which ERIAC would like to continue. Continuing the publications in the common Romani, doing teacher trainings in the future, developing educational initiatives and supporting educational initiatives in other countries, cultural exchange and events, media and technology will be involved in our work in the future. The community engagement, it is very important, collaboration and partnerships. You already saw that we have partnerships with different universities around Europe and now also globally. Policy advocacy is very important for our work in the future. The online platforms will be developed and regular assessment and updates will be offered to you all. By combining all these efforts and involving the Roma community at every step, it is possible to develop a comprehensive and inclusive approach to Romani language harmonization. As we conclude this event, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and mutual respect. Let us continue the work together to bridge the gaps, preserve the dialects, and create standardized platforms that honor the diversity of the Romani language, but also its common global form. Let us advocate for supportive policies at the national and international levels, ensuring that the Romani language receives the recognition and protection it deserves. Remember, language is not just a means of communication, It is a repository of culture, identity, and heritage. By harmonizing the Romani language, preserving a vital part of the Romani heritage for generations to come. I encourage each one of you to take the knowledge and insights gained here today back to your communities and organizations. Let us be ambassadors of the Romani language, advocating for its preservation and promoting the importance of linguistic diversity. Thank you once again for your dedication, passion, and commitment to the Romani language harmonization process. Let us move forward together, hand in hand, ensuring that the Romani language continues to thrive and flourish across the globe. Let our shared commitment be the driving force behind an harmonized and vibrant future for Romani language. Once again, a big thank you to all of you, and a special thank you to our interpreters, Diana Sima and Seyhan Yasarov, for their hard and important work that they did today. Naisarav tumenge savorenge.
Thank you, everyone. I wish you good health. And God willing, we will have the happiness to continue with our work. Here, I will be closing today's conference. May God be with you.
În Bahtale, Șavale, compania, te sunt celor doi,